Good evening, everybody. We're here for the January 16th, 2019 meeting of the Town of Wilmington Zoning Board of Appeals. It is now 7 o'clock on the nose, and we're going to take our first case out of order because the applicant is seeking a continuance. That would be case 1918, map 62, parcel 29, Lin Zhu, care of Alex Para Esquire, and that's to appeal the decisions of the Inspector of Buildings dated September 14th and September 25th, 2018, Airbnb strictly prohibited for the property located at 7 Concord Street. We have a formal request to continue and to the next scheduled meeting date of February 13th, 2018. Do I have a motion to put forward the continuance?
So moved.
Make a motion to continue.
Yep. Motion to continue made by Mr. Barletta. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Mr. Siracusa. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So that matter is continued to February 13th, 2018. We also have a request for a continuance on cases 1318 and 1718, Noria Energy Retail Incorporated, map 44, parcel 178D, to acquire a special permit in accordance with 6.6.6.12, groundwater protection district, and 3.5.14 for a car wash for the property located at 220 Main Street. And they are further requesting to continue to the meeting of February 13th. Do I have a motion to that effect?
I'll make a motion to continue cases as requested.
We have a motion by Mr. Barletta to continue. Do we have a second on the motion? Second by Ms. Santini. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Matter is continued to 2/13/19. Moving right along. Next matter on the docket is a continued case, case 718, Bettering LLC, map 89, parcel 6A, to acquire a special permit in accordance with 3.4.6, 6.1.3, and 6.1.4 to construct a 48-bed rehabilitation facility over the site of the raised building for the property located at 362 Middlesex Avenue. And we also have a letter from Attorney Mark Bobrowski regarding 362 Middlesex Avenue, which is a request for an accommodation under the Federal Americans with Disabilities Act and/or Fair Housing Act, and that letter is dated December 8th, 2018. Gentlemen, come on up. Now, we had continued the matter at the request of a couple of members who had some outstanding issues, and obviously I'll let them speak for themselves. I do remember one of them had to do with security on the premises, so we had requested that the chief of police be present to kind of tell us what he may have gleaned and found out about similar type facilities and any security issues that may or may not have arisen from that operation. Chief, you here? There he is. Chief, if you want to just tell us what, if anything, you've come to realize by taking a peek into this, and if any of the members have any questions for you.
Sure. Do you have any specific questions first?
Well, basically in comparison to what is already up and operating, there was concerns with security and people leaving on their own, and there was a gamut of concerns with people doing harm or breaking into other houses and whatnot. So it was just more so, I think, the concern really was people being able to leave on their own and go wherever they may want.
Okay. So with that, I really didn't have a lot of specific guidance on what I was asked to come in tonight. So I did review some of the tape, and I came up with, I think, some of the important highlights that were presented or questions that were highlighted. So I looked at, through the state, Samantha Reef and I kind of tried to pick similar type of facilities. So we kind of stayed away from the 4-day detox facility where they come and go. It's a nonprofit type, so We're looking at the for-profit facilities. A lot of these were already mentioned in multiple meetings, so we looked at Haverhill, which is Serenity at Summit, Ballpate, which is in Georgetown, McLean's, which is in Belmont, RCA in Danvers, Gosnold in Falmouth, Andrew House in Stoughton, RCA in Westminster, and Canton was brought up. So I spoke to each of these chiefs. I know them all personally, and I had a list of questions for them. So as I went through the questions, some of the questions I asked was, what was your relationship with the organizations? Did they have security? How many beds were in the facilities? Did they have vagrancy issues? What was the transportation type of plan? Did they have like shuttles that ran patients back and forth? Were residents in the community a priority? Did they give elopement notice? That means if somebody leaves the program before they've completed it. What was their experience with police and fire response? Neighborhood-related crime, whether the facility was old or new. Neighborhood proximity, whether they were inpatient or outpatient or both. Whether they had restricted hours for intake and discharge, and if they had experiences with private ambulance services. So, with the exception of Andrew House, most of the chiefs, all the chiefs, said that their relationship with the facilities were good. They had varying issues with it, so as they went through the process, what I found was mostly if there was an open dialogue with the police chief or the police department and the organization. All of them had security plans. Not many of them had direct security input from the police departments. They had open dialogues, and most of them would address things as they arose. There was one that met a couple times a year that was Ballpate, and had a good rapport with them. So Serenity in Haverhill had 41 beds, Ballpate 34 beds, McLean's 20 beds, RCA Danvers 250 beds. I didn't get the number from Gosnold. He was supposed to send it to me, and he hasn't got it to me. But I think in Gosnold and Falmouth is about 60 beds, between 50 and 60 beds. Andrew House just went up to 64 from 32. That was an application through the state, and the chief was frustrated they didn't get a lot of input into that. RCA Westminster, they have 100 beds. So when I look at vagrancy issues, there was not one that said they had vagrancy issues with people hanging around and milling through the general area of the neighborhoods. Transport. Serenity at Summit has transport. In other words, they have private vans that shuttle people in and out. No to Ballpate, no to McLean's, no to RCA Danvers, no to Gosnold in Falmouth. Andrew House is a multi-use building. They have Gosnold there as well, which is outpatient. So I'm just looking at inpatient programs when I talk about this. And no in Westminster. As far as resident priority all of them kind of alluded to an open dialogue with residents and trying to get residents into treatment. Some that have had success with that was the Serenity at Summit. Trying to go through this. RCA Danvers, Gosnold and Falmouth, and the Westminster chief says he's had a lot of success getting people from town in there, as well as scholarship programs where they don't pay. So police and fire response, that's where it becomes kind of more particular to what I do. All of them had police and fire responses. Most of them were medical. They all had varying experiences with that. There was no overtime involved. I asked that specific question of all of them, if their overtime budgets were impacted. Their departments are impacted, so it fluctuates from place to place, depending on the situation. Understand that when people go into these facilities, my understanding is they have to be medically cleared to get in, first and foremost. They have to go to the emergency room, get approval from the doctor to go there. They are in detox, so they can have medical issues. A lot of them will have problems. So they do get calls for transport. There are times when people are Section 12 out of the facilities, but that's kind of normal. We have a lot of responses to the medical facilities we already have in town. So we will be adding resources, on calls for service for that. They all had kind of different experiences. So as you can imagine, 250 beds in Danvers, they probably have more than somebody that has 30 beds. I did not have one chief that discussed neighborhood-related crime. Every one of them to that request, that question responded no. I was pretty specific about, any types of crime in the neighborhood, and they said that crimes that they have are usually someone that is in crisis at the facility will get uppity with the staff there, and sometimes there's an altercation, which we know to be true in most situations like that. We do respond to the same situations at the nursing homes in town as well. All but Westminster were in a close proximity to a neighborhood or strictly in a neighborhood. So Westminster was in an industrial area right off of, I think it was Route 2 or something like that, but all the other ones had close proximity. I asked if they were inpatient or outpatient, so Serenity at Haverhill was inpatient, Ballpate inpatient, McLean's inpatient, RCA Danvers mostly inpatient, but they are practicing with some small group meetings of people that have been there and returning for continued treatment. I didn't get that information from Gosnold and Falmouth. Andrew House, like I said, they have a bad experience with Andrew House. Andrew House does not cooperate with the police department in Stoughton whatsoever. And Westminster is inpatient as well. I asked them about restricted hours, and I'll get to that, the reason why I asked about that, if they were restricted hours of discharge and intake. So there are some facilities that take people in and out on a 24-hour basis. There are some facilities that restrict that time to business time. So Haverhill, the one in Haverhill did have restricted hours of intake. RCA Danvers, their intention is to take people in the daytime. That's when they do most of it. They don't advertise after hours, but they do take people that need treatment in after hours from time to time. The other chiefs didn't know the specifics on that. And they all used private ambulance services with the exception of Westminster. To that chief's belief, it was mostly the town's fire service that would transport. When they do transport, it's because they're in some type of crisis state. So they've gone there, they have some type of medical event that's due to their recovery and their detoxification, and they have to be transported to a hospital because these places don't have that level of care. So as I went through that, I kind of thought about what I thought was important. And I don't know if it's appropriate now, but I have a list of things that I think that if this were to go through, that as the police chief, I would really advocate that we had a strong relationship and open lines of communication and some success with gaining these things.
If I could, Chief, once you enumerate those, I think that's going to be very instructive to the board. After you do that, I'm just going to give the applicant a chance to see if they can address whatever conditions that you deem fit, so we can at least get a response before I open up. And when I do open up the public hearing, folks, just to be aware, this isn't going to be a free-ranging public hearing. We've had 2 of them already, multiple hours. I am going to allow public comment, but it's going to be directed to only the issues that are arising here tonight, which so far, excuse me, are security related. Yeah. So I just want to let everybody know that this isn't going to be a free-for-all. It's going to be very directed and very pointed. So go ahead, Chief.
So you want to take them up one at a time, or do you want to,
sure,
give the applicant?
One at a time would probably be.
So obviously, as a security plan, my preference is to have some type of security manager on site 24 hours a day, okay, so that they can address any security needs and work directly. So there's a face-to-face liaison with members of the police department and the community that we can go to if there's a problem, or they can come to us if there's a problem. So it's somebody that we know, and have regular meetings. So whatever that entails, quarterly, twice a year, once a year, whatever we decide is important on that.
All right, folks. Do you want to give a verbal response to the request that the chief is making? See if you're amenable to these things.
Sure. I'm sorry, Chief. I need one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We have already agreed that we would have a staff person designated as a security guard on all shifts, 24/7, 365. So we would appoint one of them to be the head of security for the purposes of those meetings.
A continual dialogue with the public safety officials?
I have seen no reason why regular meetings shouldn't be scheduled and as frequent as the chief wants them, or as needed otherwise.
One of the other issues is I would like to see security cameras that would focus on the outside of the building. Obviously, one of the concerns is folks coming and going that don't necessarily need to be there, and if there are any issues, I would like to see security cameras there so that we can follow up on it and make sure that whatever issue there is addressed for that.
That's certainly acceptable to us. There will be some cameras inside, but for privacy reasons, they're going to be in dedicated areas, not everywhere. But outside, fine.
And we can work on that plan if it comes in. Okay, thank you. Community involvement, obviously, there's been some, conversation in the past meetings about having staff from the organization either join or work directly with the Wilmington Substance Abuse Coalition in our meetings in a collaborative fashion to do whatever we can to stem the tide of substance abuse in Wilmington and beyond.
That would be.
This is Ken Mayer. If you recall from last meeting, Ken will be the executive director, so.
And I would be part of that and have been in other towns.
I'd like to see some admission hours set to more of a business time so that the primary mission would be to take admissions and discharges on a business type schedule, 7 to 5 or 7 to 6.
In the submittal that I gave you, Mr. Chairman, through your staff, called Overview of Mayflower Recovery, we said specifically that we would admit by appointment only, and I think the request to do that during regular business hours is acceptable, except in an extraordinary circumstance, but it would still be by appointment only. It wouldn't be just somebody showing up without us knowing that they're coming.
I think what the chief, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think what he's saying is he doesn't want any off-hour, like late-night admissions. Is that something you can accommodate?
The only accommodation we'd want to make is with a hospital, to transport somebody directly from the hospital to us if they're in the emergency room
And that would be by ambulance?
by ambulance.
In the middle of the night?
If they were cleared in the emergency room, so they didn't have to spend the night in the emergency room without getting treatment.
Chief?
That's
what
not
do
a
you feel? How do you
siren
feel?
ambulance, that's just a medical transport to get them from, they have to be cleared at the hospital. But in order to have a good relationship with the hospital so we can get somebody in if we do have a crisis, we want to help them too. So if they have somebody in the emergency room that meets criteria and can be cleared, and we can get an ambulance to take them, we can admit after hours, but it would not be routine. It would only be for a hospital.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So, but realistically, if somebody, usually hospitals, I'm assuming, they don't necessarily release people in the middle of the night so much.
Now they do, all different times.
People can be found in the community that could have overdosed and get medical transport, would be to a hospital, not to us. They may get cleared at the hospital, and they may get cleared at the hospital and then be looking for an admission to a treatment facility from the hospital. They'd already be stabilized, and we'd want to do that for the local hospital. But no, that's not routine.
They get discharged from the emergency room.
Oh, ma'am, this isn't
I
public.
worked in an emergency room.
I understand, but this is not public comment. You're going to have your opportunity. You're going to have your opportunity, man. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, keep going. That's all right.
Okay, thank you. But I'd like to keep an open dialogue about that matter as well, so that we can address any issues that come up in the neighborhood or concerns of the residents of the town of Wilmington. Transportation is another concern that I have. Obviously, there's been a lot of conversation about the train depot right next door and people going out there waiting for the train to come up. There've been some comments made, I think, by the applicant relative to discrete vans transporting people in and out, and what I'd like to see is that include transportation to home rather than, a lot of the facilities will say they'll take you to public transportation. That is kind of defeats the purpose if the public transportation is right next to them, so I would like to make sure that these folks are taken someplace appropriate, which is not dropped off at the train station next door.
If we're using public transportation, the staff would stay until the person got on the train or bus.
Okay. All right. Other than that,
They
they'd
would
be
not be
transported-
left at the station.
They'd be
waiting.
transported by a van, other than that.
And that, we put that into our overview, and that is acceptable as a condition, as we said.
The Wilmington priority is also something that's important to us. Obviously, we work in this area every day, and we see the destruction that it has on families and individuals in the community at large. So, that promise of that open dialogue about making Wilmington residents a priority is important to us in the process, and I'd like to, as part of all of those other things, being a membership in the Substance Abuse Coalition, have that promise that we would definitely have a seat at the table with
At
those
the last
concerns.
meeting, Chief, the applicant acknowledged that they were going to make every single available room Wilmington preference.
Okay, thank you. Outpatient care. So I would like to see that it be an inpatient program and that, there'd be no outpatient program that goes on there. A lot of concerns folks have is some of the areas want to do methadone clinics and things like that. That's just not something we're looking for.
It's not part of our plan.
Yeah, and that increases our security risk, and I want to make sure that we don't have to worry about that. Elopement notifications upon elopement when legal guidelines permit. I say that because sometimes HIPAA does get in the way somewhat, and I understand that, but respectfully, every other chief on this has that agreement, and they actually take that seriously, and folks from those facilities do notify them.
Why don't we let, I would like to hear that specifically addressed. I mean, because there was an open question about what HIPAA would allow, but from what I understand, it's not a violation to notify the authorities that an individual has left, as long as you don't give any self-identifying information. Is that correct?
That would be true.
Yeah.
We would immediately notify if we felt the person was any risk to themselves or the community. That's a requirement that we stick by. We don't see a lot of elopements that the person walks out because we're providing them transportation. And that offer of transportation versus having to walk down the street is very appealing to most people.
But in the instances where they don't decide to take advantage of that, you will notify the authorities.
Right, I looked into seriously looking at having them sign a release when they came in. It was one, seen as a barrier to treatment to require that they sign a release so we can notify the police if they leave. And two, because of the federal confidentiality laws, the patient can remove the release at any time. So if the person came in and they signed it and then decided they wanted to leave, they could say, I revoke my
But that's you giving that's you calling and actually giving the identifying information to the authorities. You could still notify the authorities that an individual has left. And you agree to do that?
Yeah.
But.
Not if
they're
we're,
not
as long as they've just left on their own and not that we're not providing transportation. We're taking them someplace, we're not gonna notice.
Oh, no, yeah, but only if
Just
they're
wanted to
off
be
on their
clear.
own and they don't take advantage of your transportation.
So wait a minute, can I have clarification? So are you saying that they can actually open the door and walk out? I thought I was under the impression that they can't walk out, they have to be driven somewhere.
They're not locked in. The doors are alarmed. If they open them, they go off. We can't lock the doors. If the fire chief was here rather than the police chief, he would tell us that we can't lock the doors. All doors would be alarmed. If a door is opened, an alarm goes off so staff can respond to that.
There's nothing legally you can do to stop somebody from walking out.
Okay, but then that's when the police will be notified, okay.
And I spoke to all the chiefs, and none of them had a bad experience with the elopement process through that, so I specifically asked that question. But obviously, it's a concern for us. We want to make sure that we get that right. We had talked previously about indigent folks being able to get services at that location, and I just wanted to hear something more clear about that, because the people that we serve in Wilmington don't all have insurance and money, and I wanted to make sure we weren't taking a specific group out of the promise.
We've made commitments to give a certain percent to absolute indigent. The other thing we often can do in a treatment program is get people signed up onto the public insurance.
Okay.
It's in Massachusetts, the most heavily insured state in the country. And so we can take somebody and then start the process.
Get
So
them on
they're on
Mass
one of the Mass Health plans. And we will take Mass Health plans. What we're not going to take is direct funding from the Department of Public Health or the Bureau of Substance Abuse.
Sure. And the last thing, it kind of goes towards one of the first issues that I was looking for, is support for local addiction programs. Obviously, the fight isn't in one location, it's all over, and we'd be looking for a commitment from you folks on assisting us with that. Gosnell down in Falmouth sends a clinician out and responds in the community 72 hours after somebody overdoses and assists with that process. We're lucky to have Samantha, so we don't always need that, but if we do need something like that, then it would be something that I would be looking for to work with us on the problem, hopefully so we don't need detoxes someday.
What we've often worked with community groups is helping them if it looks like there's going to be admission. And they had volunteer groups in the community who were making us contacts after an overdose.
Okay, and that would be it for me. I just expressed that what I learned in those studies was the open dialogue and the cooperation was tantamount to a good relationship with the organizations. Nothing's perfect in life. At the end of the day, it's gonna, we're gonna have to respond. We're gonna have to work on this together if it were to happen. So I want to make sure that, that dialogue stays open and that, we work as professionals to, address the concerns of the constituents in town, the residents. I mean, they're real fears, and I want to be respectful to that.
If possible, I would like to hear problems with Andrew House. I left there in 2017, and at that point, the police had been twice. I had 3 meetings with the chief and regular meetings with the sergeant. And so I don't know if something had happened after that I wouldn't know about.
Donna McNamara was not happy. She was very frustrated, and it was, the standout in all of the chiefs that I polled, that there is a complete lack of cooperation there. So I don't know if that's something that, I don't expect to have that here.
And she didn't have it when I was there either. We met often.
All right.
Well, I would suggest, Chief, that thank you very much for coming and providing us with that information and the work you did to back it up. But I would suggest all of your recommendations are reasonable. It appears that the applicant's willing to abide by all of them. So if there were to be a motion on this, I would suspect that they would be incorporated as conditions to the permit. So there would be, so if something went awry, your permit's in jeopardy.
Those would be things we would hope to be doing, every single thing you said, Chief. That would be our plan.
Okay.
Does anybody have any other questions for Chief Pagonis? Thank you, Chief, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Chief, we appreciate it.
Okay, now, what I want to do is I want to kick it back to the board, to the members that wanted to continue to explore different areas that they didn't feel were adequately addressed or addressed with finality at the last meeting. Get those out now, discuss them, ask the applicant, and then I'm going to open up the public hearing or continue the public hearing. I'm going to address only the issues that were raised tonight. Then I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for deliberation. So, folks, did you have anything that you wanted to get into?
Well, so let me just be clear. I wanted to continue this hearing. I was the proponent for that. So I was one of the members who wanted to continue the hearing. We did receive some information, which was a summary of the everything that was discussed last month. So I think that the information in there was what I expected it to be, and I'm glad that it was in there. It also gave me time to review everything that we received last month and do some of my own review of it and decide if it were to go through, what conditions or improvements or what would I like to see happen, just as the chief expressed some of his concerns. A lot of his concerns are on my list. I have some other concerns or some other things that I think would go into a list of conditions that I'd like to see. I'm not going to try and read everything that I have here, but I'll just summarize a few of them.
Well, what I would suggest, Tony, obviously, you can present it any way you want, but what I would suggest is if it's going to be a condition that you would make as part of any type of approval, that we address them, because I'm also going to open it up to the audience to discuss those particular conditions. Like I'm going to open up it to the audience to talk about what the chief discussed.
Right. Well, I'm not going to repeat anything that the chief said, but I think that one of the conditions would be that that it is conditioned as a 48-bed facility, which with 12 beds assigned to, I believe it's ATS, and 36 beds to CCS, and that It will not increase, as it has in another town that the chief identified.
I mean, it would stay at 48 beds.
Yep. So that's one of, and we'll have to discuss this with the applicant, see if they would agree to that.
Do you want to do what the chief did and ask him right now? so we
Sure,
can get
that'd
it
be
out?
great. Would that be, is that a problem with that condition?
That's what we proposed.
Okay.
So the normal condition that I would expect, and I would certainly put it in if I were writing it, would be that the applicant will comply with the plans of record, which clearly are exactly as you described them. Any modification of a substantial nature needs to come back to the planning, or to the Board of Appeals for a modification.
All right, folks, hey, we got the message. Everybody, if you could speak up, that would be appreciated.
All right, I'd also like to see that the special permit be conditioned to the applicant and to the executive director that's currently listed as the executive director of the facility. Should the executive director change, the ZBA would need to be notified and brought before the board to review his or her qualifications and experience and credentials.
I don't think we can accept the second part of that. The personnel decisions made within the facility are for the management of the LLC to decide. We certainly have no objection with the representation that Ken will be the first executive director, but fate is cruel, so who knows what happens next. I have no problem with notifying you if and when there's a change of executive director, but we can't give you the veto power over who gets hired. That's a personnel matter that's within.
I'm not,
Counsel,
I didn't hear Mr. Barletta suggest a veto power. I heard a requirement that there be notification and that the new executive director come before the board to summarize their credentials. I don't see that as,
Would that be like in an informative meeting? They
Yes.
would just pay a courtesy call? We don't have a problem with that.
And any director in this position has to be approved by the Department of Public Health and meet their regulations they have for both program director and executive director. So we'd be,
so I think along the lines of open communication with the town, as the chief suggested, I'd like to see that at those meetings, or I think it's some mechanism that the security and the ambulance service contracts be somehow communicated to the town, just so that the chief knows what's going on, the fire department knows what's going on. I mean, I'm just kind of, I think those are kind of repeating what he said, but those were on my list as well, and I think the chief has covered those, so I think you guys have already answered that. Okay, so these are a little bit different. Now, these kind of go away from the facility or the operation and go addressed more towards the building. I do have some concerns over the building. I would like to see the building exterior redesigned. I'd like to see it look more residential, and I'd like to see it softened and possibly pulled away from the rear property line by a number of, I don't know how, but that's something for you and your engineers and your architects to work on, but that's something I'd like to see done.
Well, thank you for the nice segue, because I have some markups here that I wanted to share with you this evening. First, I'll circulate for the members the line drawing that we gave you with the application, which I admit is truly horrible, but we were focused more on the programmatic aspects of this than we were on the building design as viewed from outside. This was something that our architects prepared. That's a brick facade or a stone facade, and it's really the finished building. It's not a particularly appropriate view as to how the building will be sited, but it gives you an idea for what the building would look like if it had a hard facade. And then lastly, I asked the architects today to prepare something with clapboard that would soften it up even more and make it more residential in appearance, and they were kind enough to do that on short notice. So we are open to any one of the two color renditions here, and to further suggestions that you have. For example, that's a hip roof on one portion of the building and a flat roof on the other where it disappears there. We think that softens it up considerably. We're also amenable to using landscaping to distance the building from the neighbors, and open to suggestions from the board or conditions from the board as to where that landscaping would best be located. I'll reiterate my offer that I made last time, that if the closest abutters to the rear want some landscaping to put on their own property, we would establish a budget with a local landscaping company for them of a reasonable amount, and they would work with the landscaping company to have them come out and do the planning. We don't want to enter onto anybody else's property, but we're happy to set that up for the benefit of the closest neighbors. As far as pulling the building forward, as it currently sits right now, we're pretty much stuck with where we are. We need to comply with our definitive plan. The plan shows the cul-de-sac in the location that it is. We will be coming back for a reasonable accommodation. If we are denied this evening, we could perhaps continue that discussion in the context of that further hearing. But for tonight's purposes, you should take the building where it is, because we really have no power to move it.
Can I just ask the question, though? The reason the building is pushed back so far
Yes.
is because of the cul-de-sac,
Yes.
because of the subdivision plan. That's the only reason the cul-de-sac's in that particular configuration.
You're right.
Okay. So we'll go back to the building a little bit. I definitely think it's an improvement, and I'm not here to design it. I'm just here to try and make it look more residential. There's plenty of examples out there of office buildings that have second stories that are gambrelled that look more like a residential office building than a commercial office building. So I would urge, or would like to see, and this is obviously an improvement, and I'd like to ask the applicant to see what else if they can even push it further. I think that goes a long way towards my next part, which is the fact that this building is set so far back. There's a retaining wall there along the back of the property. The retaining wall ranges in height from, I don't know, a couple of feet to 3 or 4 feet or 5 feet. The trees that were proposed and we discussed at the last meeting are relatively close to that retaining wall. I'd like to see a little study or a little work done by the applicant, have a landscape architect, look at a site section through the back of the building, confirm that trees that are 30 or 40 feet tall or 20 feet tall that are going to grow there can actually be planted that close to the wall, and moving them further away from the wall, or somehow adjusting their location. The species will better screen that back rear of the building from the properties in the rear. And I've seen this done before, where landscape architect will do a 1 year, a 3 year, 5 year, and a 10-year projection of what those trees are going to grow to, confirm that the right species are there, that they're located appropriately spaced off of retaining wall, off of the septic system, off of whatever happens to be back there, to make sure that it's actually going to grow and they're not going to die.
It sounds reasonable to me. We would accept a condition that a landscape architect will prepare a final landscaping plan for the rear of the building and confirm in the landscaping plan that the species will grow to a certain height and survive for a certain period of time.
It was discussed, I think the civil engineer at the last meeting, I think he indicated that he thought those trees would grow to, I thought he said,
Well, those are pines, if I remember.
They were-
They'll go high.
yep, they will grow very tall. But you need to make sure their root structure is going to, the ground around there is going to support the root structure, and they're not going to fall over.
Understood.
So I'd like to see that happen. Let me see. There's been a lot of talk about I forget the way you termed it, but the pro bono or charitable contributions back to the town. And it's been discussed, it's been talked about, but there's really nothing in the document that you gave us since the last meeting that really spells that out or describes that. So I'd like to get a little bit more definitive, I don't know, information or commitment to that so that we have an understanding of what that is. Have your summary amended to include that information.
You want to take a crack at that, Ken? You want to take a crack at that?
I only beheld this because it was a discussion, it was 4 or 5 months ago, but my recollection is we talked about 10% for indigent. That doesn't mean just 10% for the residents of Wilmington, but that we would be giving back 10% of our bed space. But I would like to have the opportunity to review that and come back.
I don't actually know what that means. What does that mean, give back 10%?
In terms of 10% of the bed space that we use would be going to indigent if needed. If we don't have, and believe it or not, it's getting harder and harder to find the indigent that need the beds in Massachusetts because of the health care. We get people on insurance. But for us, it would be giving away, because the only other way to get bed space paid for without any insurance is to use money that comes right from the Department of Public Health, through the Bureau of Substance Abuse, and then we're responsible to take referrals from them. And that's not something that we're going to be in a position of having mandated referrals. So we won't take those funds. What we're talking about is 10% of the space that we'll be giving it away, that we won't be getting paid for it.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, sure. Sorry, just to follow up on that, since this is the last night of the hearing and there might well be a vote tonight, you said you don't want to be held to that, but I think the board sort of needs to know if that's going to be a condition that you will be held to that one way or another. Is there a call you can make? Should we take a break, or are you able to? Because I do remember you making that representation at the last hearing.
We want you to understand what that means, however. It's not like there's going to be 4.8 beds always empty, waiting for indigent people. It's subject to availability, but if there are 4 open beds and 4 indigent people, they will get those beds.
So if you're committed to donate or put aside 10% of the beds, if the beds are always full, then there aren't going to be any beds given away for free. Is that basically what you're saying? So is there a way that the town can then somehow benefit from that?
You say we're hoping the beds are always full, but beds turn over. So we have so many people that we take in every day. And so we can accommodate the indigent that way. It's not like every time someone calls, we say the building's full. What we're hoping is by 5 or 6 o'clock at night, we're saying the building's full. But we're taking admissions. We're expecting to average about 5 admissions a day.
Well, why don't, if you're talking about 10% of 48, that's 4.8, why don't you just say 5 beds? 5 available beds, if they are, would be
I
made
think
for
I'd like to
indigent.
take a break and talk with the principals about that. I just want to,
Let us go on to the rest of your
Sure.
points, and then we'll talk in the hallway, we'll come back.
I only have a couple more and I'm done. So I know we talked about the turnaround in the front, and maybe this is I understand why it was done. I think that it's been done to the detriment of a more cohesive site design, unfortunately. I'd like to see that reversed somehow, so that the site, should this go through, is a more sympathetic site to the area. And I think the only way to do that is to redesign the turnaround, or somehow redesign the turnaround. And that's for the engineers and the architects and the designers to decide, but I'm not sure that there's a mechanism for that to happen, but maybe there is.
So, Mr. Bobrowski has submitted on behalf of the applicant a request for what's called a reasonable accommodation under the ADA and the FHA, the Americans with Disabilities Act, and the Federal Fair Housing Act. In my opinion, if the special And the reason he submitted that was in the event that the special permit is denied, he then wants the board to consider the proposal instead under the ADA as a reasonable accommodation. I don't think they're necessarily mutually exclusive. In other words, I think if the board were to grant the special permit, it could include a condition that says, we understand this is the plan we're approving out of necessity, but the applicant shall redesign the plan to eliminate the turnaround, move the building further away from the residential abutters, and will pursue an amended site plan from the planning board and a reasonable accommodation request from this board from the frontage requirement, because it's only the frontage requirement that necessitated the subdivision plan and the turnaround.
No, I agree with you to that point, Attorney Silverstein. The other reason we had to do the subdivision plan was because the zoning changed and we needed to freeze our rights. So we would need a reasonable accommodation that would free us from the otherwise applicable zoning change, and we would go back to the zoning as it was before December 17th, December 9th, 2017.
I don't know that it matters, but as a legal matter, you're not required to build the subdivision. Simply getting the subdivision plan froze the zoning.
Yeah.
So I really do think it's only the frontage that would necessitate a reasonable accommodation, but the board could certainly put that in there as well.
I'm mindful that we're already in land court. I was there yesterday, as was your counsel, so I don't need to invite another companion lawsuit for that easy procedural fix.
But I guess the question is, if the applicant would commit and would accept a condition that required them to propose that redesign, and if they got the approvals from the planning board and this board, would then move the building further away from the residential neighbors. I think that's what you're asking.
Yes, it's clear, I think I understand why it was done, but I also understand that the site could be much better and it could be a much more sympathetic site if that were relaxed, and it would benefit the property to the rear if this were done. I mean, it'll pull the building away. So I think that I don't understand all the legal aspects of that, I mean, I do part of it, but I'd like to somehow make that a condition that it needs to be explored and looked at, because I think it's reasonable to do.
Well, I can assure you that for tonight's purposes, the application is the application in front of you. And you have to take action on that one way or the other. I can assure you that if it's denied, we'll be back with a reasonable accommodation request at the next available opportunity, because we need to complete our sequence of permitting, and that's the final step. And so it's something that is a more flexible process under federal law.
If the condition were in such a manner that you came back before the planning board and the ZBA with a redesigned site plan, and it weren't for some reason accepted by the town, then the permit, the plan as submitted today would be accepted.
I think I can work with council to try to craft something that would work with regard to both federal law and financing, which we also have to worry about. But I would want a very quick return for that. In other words, I'm not waiting a year, I'm coming back for a meeting. If I don't want to come back for two, it's a pretty simple design change. We've already done it. We know what it looks like.
Right. Last on my list is, I'd just like to make it noted that if the use of the building were to change in the future, that strict adherence to all the parking regulations and planning and ZBA zoning would be strictly adhered to.
It goes without saying, we accept that as a condition.
That was pretty much everything.
Was that everything?
Yep, that's why I wanted another month to go over this stuff.
You got it?
Thank you.
Jackie, did you have anything?
I think Tony hit on some of my concerns with, which was the building, and I will probably make an amendment for some type of redesign as he discussed, so.
Okay. Now, even though you folks didn't move to continue or vote to continue, I'm going to give you the same opportunity if there's anything new that we didn't discuss at length in the previous meetings that you want to address the applicant on.
Okay, so, getting back to the building at hand, so this board, over the course of a number of years that I've been on the board, and people on the board have been a lot longer, we basically work special permits based on what we consider aesthetic qualities of the community. And putting away the detox, putting away all of that. If you look at that area, they're all basically single-story dwellings, except for one double story way in the back. So the concern I have is the two-story complex that's gonna, in my opinion, stick out like a sore thumb. And so what I did was, and I think everybody else has looked at it, I looked at Mass General Chapter 48, Section 9. And it talks about different, one case was Edmonds versus Board of Appeals at Uxbridge. And the appeals court specifically held that the special permit device is not limited to the authorization of certain specific usage, but it also may be used to fine-tune dimension standards in particular situations. I'm not done, please. So with that in mind, I had requested to council that there would be a possibility to get this down to a one-story dwelling. And if that couldn't be done, I would have liked to have known why it can't be. The second thing I want to say is that some of these facilities that the chief brought out were 30-bed facilities. So certainly, if you took this down to one story, it would be more in conformity and ethics to the area at hand, which we've in fact denied in the past for two-story houses in one-story locations. Chapter 48 talks about, however, the board may consider the future effects of a proposed use, as well as the effects of other projects approved or denied in the vicinity of the proposal. And with that said, if we allow a two-story dwelling in that area, that would open up the door for other two-story dwellings in that area, because we would be denied really the right to deny a special permit if we allow one applicant the right to have the two-story. So my question to you is, oh, and I may say, it does talk about the board may deny a special permit even if the permit may have been lawfully issued. So my question to you is, and I asked the question and I didn't think I got an answer, why can't you reduce the size of it? Why can't you reduce the amount of beds? And why can't you be in conformance to the area, whether it be the registry, the bank, all of those different areas conform to one size and one size only. And I want to know why you can't get that to one story.
Well, please rest assured that we did look at that. We had the engineer try to spread the building out on one floor and see how many square feet we ended up with. Remember, the business model here is 48 beds, and I don't think we were anything close to that. Let me point out a couple of things before I answer the ultimate question, which is why can't we lower the density of this? We think that what we've designed is consistent with your zoning regulations. Your zoning regulations in the GB district allow a retail store with 29,999 square feet as of right, subject to site plan review only. It can't be denied. That's a yes in the business district. You also allow business and professional office buildings. No limit on the size of that building. And you also allow a commercial trade school and an amusement facility as of right. By special permit in that district, I can put a limited or a general service restaurant or a hotel or a motel as well. The dimensional requirements specifically say 35 feet, we're 32 and a half, and it says 3 stories. So I can put a 3-story club or a hotel in that district as long as I kept it under the 35 feet in height by special permit. But I could also put a retail building with 29,999 square feet on 2 stories and go up at 35 feet. We're not at 35 feet. So the short answer is we did spread it out over the parcel, and we looked in good faith at trying to keep it at one floor. and economically, it doesn't work. It's a matter of our pro forma. By the time you put in the construction costs and the cost to fix out the building, and then the appurtenances, the fixtures and all the rest of that, and you run a budget, the construction costs are not financeable, basically.
So what you're saying is you don't want to do it?
We can't do it, it's not financeable.
No, you don't want to do it.
We
You're saying
can't
it's
do
not-
it.
You're saying it's not financially feasible?
We're not gonna dig up the money in the backyard to do it, it has to be financed. And that would not be
So
financeable.
you're saying that there's no way financially you could reduce that to one story in a 30-bed facility?
No,
Okay, because you don't want to, or because you can't because of financial reasons?
we don't think that a bank will finance it.
Okay, have you tried?
I know we've found financing for this facility, but it would be a shock to the bank to come in and take 1/3 of it out.
So what I'm hearing is have you looked at the possibility of one floor spreading out more to gain you more room, to gain more beds?
With the parking, we still need 48 parking spaces, and some of the lot is eaten up with
Well, you
that.
wouldn't need 48 parking spaces if we had 30, 35 beds.
For 30 beds is not financially feasible.
Okay, so that's your opinion.
That's our,
Do you have any financial fact on that?
I'm not required to open
No,
my books to
well, you
you.
brought it up.
And I'm telling you right now,
Okay,
I'm
so
not
you,
required
since
to
you
do
brought
that.
it up, you brought up the financial problem you have, I'm asking you, do you have anything to back that up? I didn't bring up the finances, you did.
Well, we certainly have looked at the finances of that, but it's proprietary information, and it's not required to be given to the board.
Okay, that's all I have.
Ray, did you have anything?
I guess, getting back to Mr. Barretta, moving the building forward, I know it's in front of you. If you were to move that building forward by looking at the plot plan, it's a triangle lot. Meeting the setbacks, how many feet would you say that could come forward?
I'll be candid with you. The plan that we did generate that moves the building forward, do we have something up here, or is it behind me? It basically, it basically shifts the building this way.
That's
so
the
that-
existing building.
I'm sorry, it's pretty much literally overlaid over the existing building. So it's not that far off. I think it extends a little bit more in this direction, but it tilts the building and pulls it back this way. This is where the cul-de-sac is, so we'd obviously have to eliminate the cul-de-sac. And we'd have to be mindful of a fire lane at this location for the fire department, at least 20 feet wide. But we have managed to do that in a plan, and it pulls it back considerably. And landscaping becomes an easier job when you have a building at an angle like this, because instead of looking at the solid wall, you can put trees in there that soften the building as it disappears into the horizon.
Coming forward, really not, it's not gonna be as, 50, 60, 70 feet. By looking at my offsets, you only get 66 feet as of right now. And so, I mean, when you move down on that triangle, obviously you're squashing yourself in. So again, that building coming forward is not gonna be coming forward a heck of a lot from what I could see.
Well, we had some confusion when we were looking at the
Got a little
plan.
bit of plan.
Somebody had a question, what's that shadow underneath the building? And it was the old building, so it's not, I don't know exactly how it co-aligns, but it's pretty close.
But can you hold that up again?
Sure.
So there's the gray dotted portion of it, not the pink, is what?
Yeah,
Was that the old building?
yeah, this is the old building here, the gray wall here, and this is this will be the new proposal. I don't know that the current, this is an older plan, I don't know that the new plan is in exactly that location, but it's close enough. So the gray shadow is the old building that's been knocked down.
So if it was just moved slightly over, you might be able to get room on the fire lane on that other side? Just
We
shift it?
carefully monitored that to be at least 20 feet so that the trucks could get through there.
As far as the previous discussion with one of the talkers, he mentioned that, at what you did, that as of right now, the plan is that it wouldn't be a Metro clinic or in time. But in time, if for any reason, because it's all about dollars and cents, it could be considered in time, if for any reason that this detox center wanted to expand or go into a different avenue, but it's a possibility, is that correct?
It would require an additional license from the Department of Public
But
Health.
it would be covered in possibility.
I suppose it could be a possibility. It's not in
Well,
our
not-
plan. and-
That's not under the, that's not what we're permitting.
No, exactly.
No,
So-
but I mean, he
Condition
said he could
of
come
the
back in
permit.
front of the board.
We would make a
Right.
condition of the permit that not be
Right,
allowed.
okay, that's what I'm shoring it all up.
And
And,
the, and the DEA wouldn't allow us to do it with another permit.
now, say this is a successful venture. Right now, you're at 48 beds. You wanted to, say, add on, and the way you would add on would be buying a butter's properties. Would that be in a consideration?
We couldn't do that without coming back to modify
Yes, but I mean,
the
you
special
could,
permit.
and at the same time, the members on this board could change. So that's my point. You would consider in time, if you had to, or you felt that the expansion could be done, you would consider it.
I don't know that we would or we wouldn't. It's too far down the business planning
Yeah,
path for
I'm
us
ju-
to
I'm
have
just
an
looking
answer.
at the future of the neighborhood.
Yeah, I understand that, but right now, we're just interested in getting this permit, and that we have no future plans to add area or building.
But Chair, so.
You're all- Let's let Ray finish, then we'll go back to you.
She can go now if I think.
Well, on that, I just want to, like, so, but we're making a condition that they can't add on. They can't.
We haven't
make-
made any, it could be made a condition.
Yeah, yes,
The applicant
yes.
has
Oh, I
agreed,
understand
the
that.
applicant
But
has
I'm just
agreed
saying
that
right
that could be
now-
made a
I
condition.
mean, you haven't got that far to even ask. That was my question. Would they consider it or not consider even having that condition put on the deed restriction, which would have to be signed by them with a deed restriction?
Just as a parting remark, I want to say that the Emond case from Uxbridge it stands for the proposition that a board can adjust the height of a building by special permit where the bylaw says you can do that, and that was a case where you could go taller by special permit, and so that's a frequently used device to regulate.
It doesn't say that.
You're reading from my book, so I
It
can,
doesn't say that. I read it.
you can go to, I think you can go to a higher building by special permit in Uxbridge.
So what you're saying is that the many times that we've denied a special permit because that a particular applicant, we denied them going up to a second story because it wasn't conforming to the neighborhood, was not in compliance to our board? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know what kind of decisions you were making. If you were looking at a non-conforming house and you thought it was going to be too tall, you were within your rights to do that.
Okay. So the point is the denials, some were granted and some were not, but the denials were based on what we considered to be the aesthetics of the neighborhood. That's how we voted.
I understand. And I would simply point out that town meeting has spoken as a legislature to tell you that 3 stories and 35 feet is permissible as of right. So
It's not an issue of permissible. It's not an issue of permissible. We know what the bylaw says.
yeah.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't conform to the harmony of that location.
Well, the people behind us are located in a residence district, and this is a GB district, so it's
We're
not.
not talking about the residents in the back. We're talking about the GB zoning, that area.
Sounds like you need
I
to put a
never, you
little
never
work
heard me
into the
once,
GB.
you never heard me once bring out the residents in the back. You just brought that up. I didn't bring that up. I'm saying when this building would be built, you'd go down that street and you'd see all these levels and then you'd see this 2-story dwelling. And I'm saying the issue is not the detox. The issue is how it's going to look when you go by, and the first thing you're going to do is turn to the left and say, what's that? Okay, and I don't think it meets the aesthetics of that particular area. And so, not to be repetitive, but I will, I am requesting, and you're denying it, and that's fine, that's your right as the applicant, to go back and reduce the size and make it look in conformity to that particular location. That has nothing to do with the detox center, that has nothing to do with safety, it has to do with the cosmetics and the area that it's being put in. Are you willing to do that?
I said before what we're willing to do. We did it. We looked at it as a 1-story building, and we cannot make it financially viable. So that's the answer.
Okay?
Anyone else? Did you have anything further, Ray?
No, I think
You good?
Yeah, I mean, if I think, come back and
Well,
I'll come back.
I
and-
mean,
Oh, all
when we
right.
do
I
it,
mean,
I
we might
want
as well open it up if you
I'm
want.
going to open it
Yeah.
up, and folks, I'm going to open up the public hearing. We're only going to discuss the issues that were raised here tonight, the issues of security raised by the chief, the particular conditions that were enumerated by Mr. Barletta, and whatever the other members had raised as well, which were usually directed to those conditions. So I'm going to let you speak to those. I mean, I don't want to be a jerk about this, but I'm going to be a jerk about it. And I'm going to cut you off if you start going into things that we've talked about. We've had a number of hours of hearings. I think everybody has had a chance to speak their mind on this, but I do also want to give everybody a chance to talk about what happened here tonight. So I'm going to open up the public hearing. I'm going to really keep a tight rein, so anybody who wants to speak, have at it.
We're going to
Give
take
us-
a seat so we don't...
Yep, if you can just state your name and address too. And again, I don't mean to sound disagreeable, but if I say something that place you're going is out of order, I mean it, and I want you to move on, or I'm gonna have to sit you down. Okay.
Hi.
Hi, how are you, folks?
Good.
Everybody? Everyone's complaining they can't hear. Let's all listen, all right?
Christine Prendergast, 7 Pinewood, Director Butter. 2 questions. With all of the conditions being proposed and maybe being agreed to, what is the recourse? Are they binding? If they're not met, then what?
I'm gonna let town council answer that question since he's here. They don't pay me.
So condition on a special permit is absolutely enforceable. The zoning enforcement officer, who's the building inspector, has the ability to fine someone who's in violation of a special permit and take them to court to enforce it.
Okay. Second question, in the spirit of community outreach, as the chief acknowledged, I would propose that there be an alliance with the direct abutters with respect to landscaping, anything aesthetics. My neighbors and I have spent thousands of dollars on tree removal and new fencing and whatnot, and we would greatly appreciate some cooperation in, maybe not putting in pine trees that shed more mess on our yard, things that mean a lot to us, and trying to grow grass and whatnot. So that's something that we would greatly appreciate.
And where's the applicant? They went out. We'll mention that. I do think they did reference that they were gonna work cooperatively, if it were to be granted. They would work cooperatively with the neighbor, especially with regard to landscaping.
Well,
So-
what they said was they would give us landscaping budgets,
Right.
but that didn't necessarily mean that they would cooperate with us to agree on putting arborvitae, whatever trees, low maintenance stuff.
I think part of my, one of the items that I was looking at was to have them have a landscape architect look at those options and put species-specific, appropriate plantings there that are not going to be a nuisance, that are part of, they have to maintain them, and that they're appropriate. And I'm not convinced that that's done yet, and that's part of what I'm asking the applicant to do.
Counsel, the question is, would there be any type of input that you would take from the abutters regarding the types of landscaping that's done on the site? Some type of a dialogue before it's done.
Absolutely. We want to work with the neighbors as best we can to make them, to make the best landscaping plan that we can. And again, I offer that we would purchase a contract with a local landscaping company with an amount for landscaping, reasonable in nature, that you would then call the landscaping company, arrange the work to be done, tell them where you want it to go, you can meet them on the job and have it planted exactly where you want, on your property. On our property, we're interested in hearing ideas.
Can I kind of follow up? So who's going to determine how much that the abutters are actually going to get? Like, what's reasonable? What is that number? Are we,
I think part of my request to the applicant was to have a professional landscape architect look at all of this. Because what I see right now is a civil engineer that plopped 15 trees on the back of the property. And it hasn't been studied by a horticulturist that'll look at it and say, this is appropriate and this is what should go there. So that's part of my conditions, that they do that.
But I'm thinking like on the other side of the fence, like how do the abutters actually get a say of, I mean, I don't know what $2,000 or how much, I mean, trees are expensive. How do we know? Maybe it's 3,000, maybe it's 5,000 that they need to put on their lawn, on their side. How does that happen? Who determines how much the abutters get?
We do that in the hallway.
Okay, all right, well, I'll meet in the hallway.
I count 4 direct abutters to the rear. Just looking at this plan. I don't even know that one of them is direct, but there's, so 1, 2, 3, and then this is kind of oblique. But, it might be worth looking at that too. So that'd be the extent of what we're on. And I'll talk with Mr. Meehan in a second.
Okay, thank you.
Step up, ma'am.
I'm Sandra Fitzler, and I'm 195 Salem Street. And I have a few questions for the chief. My question is, in all the communities that you talk to about their centers, did the issue of the number of suicides, attempted and real suicides, come up?
Yes, it did.
Is that an issue?
It's not an issue.
It's not an issue. All right.
According to the chief I spoke to.
Okay. Second question is, how many of the communities that you talked to was the detox center next to a train?
There was one next to Westminster, next to a highway, they did discuss that as well. I said this to a couple of folks that asked me, it's apples and oranges, it's all fruit, it sits in the same bowl, but I can't find anything identical to this. So obviously I had concerns with that, and that was part of the request that folks not just be left there by themselves at the train, to try to make sure that they either have an escort or they're taken to some other appropriate place.
And the third question I have, did you or anybody else talk to the MBTA about putting such a facility next to a train stop?
Actually, we did have a meeting last week with the MBTA over the train platform itself. There was a brief conversation, but it wasn't a dialogue about how does this impact you. But they have abutting properties on the train pretty much everywhere. So.
Well, in the literature, there is issues with, like, the city of Cambridge having to put up safety to protect, where the train comes through. So my question was, if you put a facility where we know we have high-risk individuals next to a train, is there anything that Wilmington will have to do, or anything will the MBA have to do in the liability associated with incidents?
Obviously, that's up to the board and the applicants to have a conversation about something they would want to put in there. I don't have any information that says it's an issue. So, and I did have a conversation with every chief that I spoke to about transportation and access and things like that. They're all aware that ours is right next to a train depot, but like I said, it's all in the fruit bowl, but it's nothing identical that I can give you a specific piece of information.
Thank you.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, they didn't get your last name for the record.
Fitzler.
Thank you very much.
My name's Patrick Scanlon, 10A Dayton Drive. Mr. Chair, not to change anything, are we still going to talk about the 10% bedding? We said we're going to go out they were going to go out in the hallway and discuss that, but we went
Well,
right
let me
into it.
ask, did you come to an...
My colleague has some clarification. The plan we have is to put 10% of revenue towards treatment scholarship. So if we'd had $100,000 in revenue, we'd pledge $10,000 to scholarships for treatment. So it's not
beds,
it's
money
beds, it's money to
towards-
pay for people that don't have.
Okay.
So they would be admitted any time we had an empty bed. And if we had $200,000 in revenue, there'd be $20,000 in that pool of money for indigent, is how it's set up.
Okay, and is that financing going to be available for review? For just, I don't want to open up your books, counsel, but at some point, are we going to be able to confirm that there would be 10% that's set aside? Is there a way to do that without, turning your books upside down?
Council and I will work out a condition if that's what the board wants.
Okay. Because I think if it was mentioned, I want to at least have a way to make sure that everybody's on the up and up with it, too.
I think as we certainly be filing tax returns. Right.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, in regards to that, you said you were at the Andrew House prior. How often were there empty beds that were available? You said usually by 5 o'clock you hope to have all the beds filled. How many times were there actually empty beds throughout the night? That scholarship could actually be used?
First of all, the only correction I have to the chief's report is that Andrew House is a nonprofit. Part of Bay Cove Human Services out of Boston. It's a nonprofit organization. So there was no scholarship beds. The people who couldn't pay at all, we had some money from the Department of Public Health, Bureau of Substance Abuse to fund those beds.
Okay. So I'll get back to that then. So 13-year resident, Wilmington, 8 years in law enforcement. Mr. Chair, you spoke highly, and I'm glad you brought up security. That was your main thing last meeting. The patients that they're going to have at this facility are not all going to be Wilmington patients. They're not going to be local. They're going to be from out of town. They could even be out of state. A lot of people get entered into detox facilities. I have a personal friend that's in one right now. He's in Maine. He lives in Massachusetts. We're going to get a lot of non-local people that aren't familiar with this area, that they don't know where they are. Now, this facility is unlocked. They can leave whenever they want. So you're going to have a person leaving 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 1 in the afternoon. They don't know where they are. Mr. Mayor said at the last meeting, they're not going to have funds. They're not allowed to have money. They're going to leave that facility with no money, no ride, no transportation whatsoever.
Well, I did think the applicant said that they would have a ride, right?
We will provide transportation. If they arrive at the facility with funds, when they leave, they get their money back. We don't keep it. It gets locked away. Their belongings all get locked away, but when people are discharged, whatever they had, they leave with.
Okay, I'll get further into that then as well. So as far as security guard, you asked for that. They said they're willing to do so. Security guard at this day of age is someone making minimum wage. They don't make a ton of money, even if they've been there for a while. They get a uniform. He'll probably have a flashlight, a radio, and a cell phone. A security guard at this facility is just another person to dial 911. Other than that, you're not going to get someone getting $12 an hour that goes up on the floor because there's 2 patients fighting. Someone's overdosing. Things are getting thrown. Minimum wage, if I was getting it, I would back up, call 911 and tell them what I see. They're not going to get involved. They're not trained. They don't have security guards trained at a facility like this. They don't know verbal judo. They don't know how to de-escalate the situation. It's not what you're going to get from this facility. You're going to get Joe Schmo Security Company filling it in, and you're going to have a kid leaning up against the desk, and that's who you're going to deal with. Just another person, another set of eyes to dial 911. Now, Mr. Mayor, at the last meeting, he said that this facility, to be compared to, would be Stoughton. He worked in Stoughton. That's what he wanted to compare it to. So I reached out to Stoughton. I also reached out to Belmont. Now, Belmont, like the chief said, they had no issues. Belmont's facility is at the McLean Hospital. I couldn't tell you the year that McLean Hospital was built. McLean Hospital was built first. The homes were built second. So if you moved in there, that's a gig on you. You knew that facility was there. You moved there. These people moved here first, and now this facility is gone.
Now I'm going to rule that out of order, only because now you're getting into the general siting of the property.
Yep, that's fine.
Let's keep everything focused to what was raised
So I
tonight.
reached out to Stoughton. I wrote them an email. I got a hold of a Sergeant Conley. I requested any public knowledge of the facility that he can give me. I'll present this to you. Unfortunately, I have one copy. I don't have a copy for the council. But I'll briefly discuss what I found by reading through it. So the reports that I received were from February 2017 to December of 2018. At first, the department only made log notes. For those who don't know what log notes are, it's a brief description. It has a short narrative of the time they went there, the cruises that attended, the incident that was reported, and the result of it. Just a small brief. Look up on the computer. You can see what happened that day. By 2018, they decided to have the primary officer that was sent out to that call create a report in full detail of the events that occurred. The command staff obviously there realized that this place needs a little bit higher attention. That it's not just your ordinary, hey, I'm going out to the senior center because two people are arguing or a person fell down. It's not going to be that type of facility. In 2017, there were 19 calls for service. As a result, there were 4 fights, 1 hospital trip, 11 other disturbances, and requests of service. 2018, 44 calls of service, 5 resulting in criminal charges, 3 fights, 9 hospital trips, and 30 other disturbance calls for service. This is only the public information. If it had to do with an arrest, a domestic, or anything else, they can't present that to me. It's query information. So this isn't all of it. As you'll read, hopefully you read this prior to making any decisions, you'll see that in Stoughton, due to any type of disturbance there, they send 2 to 3 cruisers. So I looked into Wilmington. Minimum staffing for Wilmington on any shift, Chief, if I'm wrong, please correct me, is 3 cruisers and a patrol sergeant. So that's 4 people that could be out on the road. There's a disturbance there. I assume at least 3, if not all 4, are going there. It's not going to be a 2-minute thing. Now all 4 of those cruisers are tied up for the night, or not the night, for that time frame. What's going on? What else is going on in the town? With the ambulance rides, they were sectioned, or people were transported to the hospital for further care, and they were disruptive. During those times, a police officer either rode in the ambulance or followed behind. If you see, if you go to a hospital, Winchester and others, we have had to sit there as security. That officer's riding the ambulance. He's tied up until that person's cleared from the hospital. That's 1 person off the road. He's gone. Now you have 3 patrols or 2 patrols. Taken right out of the element.
If I could, that's only if they're arrested. So if they're brought there as a section 12, services will take over from that point, and security will be placed there. But the police, only if they're in custody would they have to stay there, because they'd have to either have them arraigned at the scene or bring them back to the station once they were stabilized.
So we've had incidents that they didn't have staffing, and we've had to stay. But it's a story for another day, I guess.
It's not the normal
Yeah,
program,
okay.
just, I'm not criticizing, I just want to make sure. that-
No, definitely, yeah, absolutely. So as you'll read in here, there's another, for instance, party was drug tested, failed the drug screen. He left the facility. They can leave whenever they want. As you'll read, is a lot of times when these people leave, they call the police, tell them that they left. By the time the police gets there, they're gone. They can't find them. Legally, there's nothing you can do. It's a person walking around. They're not breaking the law. What I didn't ask, as the chief said, I don't know if he didn't ask or if they said no, but I never asked if there was any certain break-ins or anything else in the area
Chief,
that I could get reports for.
did you get any information?
With Stoughton as well?
Well, let's,
Stoughton has a lot of issues, and I was very clear with that. I don't have the time to go through it. She was not happy with the facility at all.
Yes,
And so
I agree.
they went from a 34-bed to a 60-something bed, and they had no say-so. They were not pleased at that. But as the applicants have said, that's, and she told me, she didn't tell me it was a nonprofit. That's kind of like a change in the scenario of that, because we're trying to go as close to apples and oranges as we can.
That's just someone different gets paid.
So Chief, did you specifically ask about any type of property crimes, any type of crimes relative to the facility from anybody?
There are crimes in the facility, there are assaults, there are things that occur like that. That's something that is obviously disclosed tonight. The chief has a lot of work to do. She was extremely frustrated, hence why some of the discussion I had, I don't want to have that experience. They have no seat at the table, according to her, and that's the information she gave me, that they bring their concerns, and the concerns aren't listened to.
Okay, but I guess I just want to clarify in my own head, the gentleman asked if you had any information about, maybe not the other facilities, any information about any crimes that had been committed in the general vicinity of the detox center, from the folks that you spoke to, the chiefs that you spoke to?
No.
Not one?
Generally, no, they all said they weren't crimes committed relative to the detox. Detoxes in general.
I do want to clarify again, I left Andrew House in September of 2017. One of the reasons I left was understaffing. and had frequent conversations with the chief and the sergeants. My time there, from the time we opened until I left, we were at, I think, 42 beds when I left, and we'd had the police on the unit twice. One was unnecessary, new staff member called the first week we were open, and we had one fight. Okay. And I left there in September of 2000, at the end of 2017.
I can show you what I have, sir, to prove that wrong. You are the one that stated that there was no issues there when they asked you. You said there's no issues there. That's not correct. There is issues there. You never said to anybody that you left in 2017. You said to compare a place, you picked Stoughton, so I used Stoughton's. That's why I'm getting this information, okay? So going back to the person that failed the drug test. Now he's medicated through the facility, and now somehow he consumed an illegal substance. He's out in the streets in a neighborhood. He's on Route 62, he's in the backyard. My experience, it doesn't mean anything, but a party, there's two different types of parties. There's someone that wants to be rehabilitated, and there's someone that doesn't care. If we get the wrong person that leaves that facility, he doesn't know that he's free and clear. He might think he did something wrong and they're gonna bring him back. He's gonna be on the run. We're not gonna find him. The other question I have is, we're bringing people in from other states, other towns. We don't know their criminal history. How do we know if they're a sex offender? They don't have to register. They're not there long enough. These are all people we're bringing now into our community by allowing this. We already have an issue with opioid, and the chief is right on top of it of trying to fix it. He's doing it the right way. Just this past month, we had a DMV on a side street. Suspicious neighbor called the police.
All right, I'm gonna rule that out of order. That's anecdotal stuff that doesn't have to do with what we're discussing tonight.
Well,
If you wanna, I'll let you go on at
Okay.
pretty much length. I mean, but anecdotal stuff about somebody had a DWI,
no, it's not a DUI.
Whatever.
Sir, what I'm trying to say is we have an opioid addiction problem in this town already that we should be addressing. We shouldn't be bringing another opioid addiction into this town. We have people coming from other communities in here that we have to deal with.
right, but
And we've
now
had seven.
now you're making a generalized objection to the proposal.
Okay.
Which I just, we'll be here till 3 AM.
Yeah, I get you,
Talking
I get you.
about the
Hold on.
same things that we've talked about for 3 meetings.
Well, you talked about safety. I'm just trying to bring to you what we have here.
Okay.
That's all. That's why I bring it up. So I guess my question is in the long run, is this going to cost the city more money? Is it going to come to the fact that there's so many calls at this facility, which we don't know, it's a for instance. Is there so many calls to this between fire and police? We're already down in numbers if the chief says yes or no, I'm not sure, but from my understanding, we're down in numbers already. Are we going to have to keep hiring more? Is it going to cost the town more? What are we benefiting from this? What are we getting back? Are we paying for this facility to be here, or is it going to benefit us in any way? I'd like you to at least look at this prior to making any decisions. There's a few good reports in here to look at, that instances.
Well, I can't guarantee you that we'll all be able to look at that
No,
big
I
stack of
agree,
material
but at
before
least
the, I mean, wait,
look at the numbers.
Sir, I'm anticipating there's gonna be some kind of vote here tonight.
Yep.
And there's no way that we're all gonna be able
No,
to
you don't have to look at
peruse
the
a
whole thing.
1-inch stack of materials
No.
before that happens.
But-
If you want, sir?
Yep.
If you wanna submit it into the
Yep.
record, we'll be more than happy to take it.
Dan,
Ray would like to look at it at least.
I have a question for the applicant. So, so I have a question for the applicant. So one of the things that has plagued this decision is the unknown. What could happen, what might happen. One of the other thoughts that I had is, you know, some of the, as it was said, the Stoughton Police Department, after a certain period of time, they started changing what they did. They started logging stuff in more detail. And it's basically a learning experience for everybody. Would the applicant allow a condition of special permit that would require, say, after 5 years, to come back for a renewal of the special permit that's not intended, and it would be worded in such a way that it's not to revoke it, but a renewal of the special permit that would allow the town an opportunity to look at the history over the past 3, 5, whatever years, whatever whatever cycle we say is appropriate, and maybe determine that, well, there are some other conditions that might be appropriate to now place on that facility due to a burden on the town, a burden on the neighborhood, or something that was completely unexpected. And in no way is it meant to, I mean, the special permit's a special permit. I don't think we can revoke it, but it's more a renewal to say, hey, you know, here's a condition we probably should have enforced, but we didn't know it was going to be necessary, and now we think you guys should do this.
Well, I see no problem with coming back and having a meeting to talk about things, but to tweak the permit, no. First of all, there's case law that says that your decision here should not be deferred or punted until later. If you think there are things reasonably that you need now, put them in now. Don't wait 5 years to try to find out. Two, we have to finance this. If you were a bank, would you lend me money knowing that in 5 years I might have a blown-up building? Because
I didn't say that. I said that it wouldn't be worded to revoke the permit. It would be worded to,
without knowing what the limits of your condition rendering power is, as a bank, I would be very slow to lend money on that project. I don't know where you're going, and I don't know whether or not it's going to impact the investment to the point where my mortgage is underwater. So the short answer is it's illegal. The second answer is it's not financeable. So I think the due diligence ought to be done now. If you want us to do something, tell us now.
well, if, for instance, that there are 50 police calls there a month, I don't know, maybe there might be, I mean, that's maybe a burden that a different type of business or different type of residential development wouldn't put on town municipalities.
I don't think even the last speaker would suggest that there's going to be 50 police calls there a month.
You know what? Council just asked if he could be heard on this issue.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're all talking about the same thing. There's case law. It's not in question that one of the options of a special permit granting authority is to make the special permit for a specific term of years. So I don't agree this would be an illegal condition as a matter of law. You could make a special permit good for 5 years and require a brand new process. That's not even what Mr. Barletta is talking about. He's talking about coming back, not to require a new discretionary permit process, but to require a review of operational conditions. I can't conceive of a bank saying, we're not going to lend you money for this building because you might have to add another security guard if there have been a whole lot of problems at the facility, or if the landscaping hasn't been maintained adequately, that you might have to do something new with respect to landscaping. I think, and I don't want to speak for Mr. Barletta, that's probably the sort of thing he's talking about.
Exactly.
You know, a condition that a permit's good for a term of years has to be reasonable, and I wouldn't be surprised if financing would be difficult if this were going to be a whole new permitting process in 5 years, that you could lose your permit, and I don't think that's what's being suggested.
So let me build a scenario for you. So what you're basically saying is, in 5 years, they come over to the board, and we request conditions, because things have changed. And let's say they're of a rude character, not that you are, and you say, no, I can't do that, I can't afford it, I can't do that. What liability is there for the town to force them to do that?
So if there's a condition, and it's in this current special permit.
No, not the current.
No, hear me out. I just want to play it out from the beginning. If there's a condition in the current special permit that says they have to come back in 5 years, and that the board will have the ability to impose new operational conditions to address significant problems that arise during that 5-year period. If that condition is either not appealed by the applicant or is appealed by the applicant and upheld in court, that condition is enforceable. Now fast forward 5 years, and There have been a lot of calls for service at the facility, and the security plan in place is determined not to be adequate. And the chief comes in 5 years and says, here are the additional security operational requirements I want to see imposed. Those would be new special permit conditions that the board could impose at that time. The applicant would have the ability to appeal it and argue they are unreasonable conditions. But it doesn't have to be a negotiation. It doesn't have to be new conditions that are agreed to by the applicant. I think it would be in the applicant's interest at that point to try to resolve those issues if they arise. But if the applicant doesn't like the conditions, the applicant would have to appeal those conditions at that time and convince the court that they're unreasonable.
So what jurisdiction does the Board of Appeals have to re-engage conditions on a permit that's already been approved? I don't understand.
Because it would be a condition in the approved permit that gives them the opportunity to do that in 5 years.
That sounds funky. It does.
Welcome to the law.
It's also problematic from a marketing perspective. If I'm a potential client and I'm going to check into a facility and I know that this is up for its 5-year renewal, I'm probably going to go somewhere else because I'm not sure that I'm going to have a facility.
I'm not talking
And if we
about-
disagree in 5 years, do I maintain my certificate of occupancy, even though I've appealed your conditions?
But we're talking about being a good business in town, being a good neighbor. I'm not talking about imploring any unreasonable condition. It's the same, it's just another line of communication with the town that gives the town a little bit of security to say, you know, maybe over the period of 5 years, with the ongoing meetings that the chief has with your security guards, we find out that patients are getting discharged at all hours of the night, and that's when all the issues happen. Well, maybe, you know, the operational guidelines change a little bit where, yeah, you have to tweak your operation a little bit, but I'm not talking about ceasing operation or having the building inspector revoke a permit. It's just another line of communication with the town to make sure that issues like the lack of communication in the Stoughton facility or the other facility that the chief mentioned, that doesn't happen.
Well, like you asked Mr. Mayor, are you going to be here in 5 years?
Don't know.
I don't either. So I don't know what board I'm looking at in 5 years. But if you're going to be here, I'm happy to hear that, because I think you respect the process and that I would trust that you would do so in 5 years. But I don't know what I'm coming back to in 5 years.
Could it be, I mean, could it be drafted in a way that, I don't know, it's reasonable? I mean, there's a, we're not trying to force, I'm not trying to force anything that's unreasonable. It's just, you know, maybe something, you know, you learn something in 5 years, and maybe the town learns something in 5 years, and hopefully there's no issues with it, but.
Well, it's too open-ended the way you framed it. It may be possible to close down the end so that it's not jeopardizing the operation of the facility. I certainly don't want to get into an argument in 5 years and have the certificate of occupancy revoked while we argue and go to court on an appeal. I've got a dead facility at that point.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, then that may be the way out of it, is that we agree that it's not something that would result in the revocation of the CO.
Yeah, I think that's clearly not what he's suggesting.
Well, we're paid to predict the worst, not the best.
Well, I don't think it would be written that way. I think it would be written as a requirement to come back, and I suspect you would come back in 4 years so that you're not worried about, so that any issues can get worked out before the 5 years is up. And if the board needs to impose new operational conditions that not to include shutting down the facility, then it will have the opportunity to do so. And if you think the conditions are unreasonable, you can appeal them, and that there won't be any loss of occupancy during any appeal.
Yeah, I mean, when you say operational conditions, I'm mindful of the fact that there are state regulations here. So, and we meet or exceed all of the stuff.
Obviously, the board's not. The board has the ability to impose reasonable conditions. It's not a reasonable condition if it's going to require a violation of state law
No,
or state regulation.
I'm thinking more in excess of state law. I mean, adding additional staff where it's not required by state law is a significant financial hardship.
So what I'm thinking is if, to kind of cut to the chase would be, if it's a security issue, then why don't we just say that it has to be up to 3 or some number, like, because if you already know up front that there could be, the main issue is security and what's happening there. So I think the bottom line is the security issue.
It could be limited or.
It could be landscaping, right? They don't maintain the landscaping, all the trees fall down and die, and the
Well,
abutters are looking at the
You
field.
could put a condition in that the landscaping has to survive the first 5 years. I'm
Don't worry,
okay with
already-
that.
It's already gonna be in there.
Yeah, well, I mean, sure, that, but I think the security portion of it is, what I'm seeing is like, let's just say it's, has to be an
Why don't we
X
do
amount.
this? Why don't we do this? Well, let's get through public comment,
Okay.
and then we can talk about this stuff when we deliberate. I don't want to, these folks are standing here, I don't want,
Okay.
so let's just try to limit the discussion at the board until we can get through what the folks have to say. Come on up, sir.
Charles Smith, 1 Stewart Street. So I have a question for the applicant, and I'm sorry, it's not a tree question. I don't care how trees are growing. So the question is, you said you have security there, even though it's minimal security, like the previous person described what security actually is. So you have planned for 24-hour security. Question is, what do you do if the security does not show up? What is your backup plan?
Security would not be our employee, it would be contracted service, so that we have backup because the service supplies it. I presently administer a methadone clinic in another state. We have a security, when we're open, we have security. If that security officer is out, it's the security company's responsibility to get us somebody else there. So we contract, because we're not going to be in a position to have 3 or 4 people trained as security officers, so we have backup. So we would contract for that service.
So no burden on the police department, right? No burden on the police
If somebody from the
department?
police department wanted to, I'm sure the security company would love to have them. That doesn't tend to happen.
So not intended that nobody showed up, we need assistance here, get an officer off the street, help us tonight or today? No plans for that, right?
I'm not sure of the question.
So you have a third-party security office, right? A third-party security vendor. So they control your security. So your plan is that at no time, call the chief and say, hey, we have no security, something went wrong, we need your assistance. So this is not the plan, right?
No, that's not the plan.
Okay, good. Second question for the applicant. You also say that you're not anticipating anybody just showing up. On what data do you base that? What data are you getting this from?
In other facilities that aren't in real urban settings, it just doesn't happen. People just don't start walking down the street and showing up at detoxes. That's anecdotal, but that's what happens. Some of the public detoxes that are in urban areas are known that people show up at their door.
So the data is your personal opinion?
That's absolutely. I don't.
Absolutely, your personal opinion. Okay, so you're basing that on personal opinion. Okay, good. I have one more question for you. If a person shows up, actually is in possession of drugs, if it's marijuana or cannabis or any kind of drugs, which I understand is not allowed in the facility, you confiscate that, right? You take that away from the person.
That's absolutely right.
Absolutely. So what is your plan with those drugs? What is your plan?
Those are considered medical waste.
Medical waste?
Right, and they have.
Cannabis is not medical waste.
But we consider it medical waste.
The township does not
Hold
when you
on,
look
sir,
at the
sir,
bylaw.
you gotta let him answer your question, okay?
Procedures that we have in the center is all that is handles medical waste, and the company that we contract with to pick up medical waste picks that up.
Okay.
And we have very strict things about how we inspect bags and things because the fact that if there is fentanyl, it can get in the air. Our staff that does the intake has to wear aprons, they wear shields, they wear mesh, that's very fine mesh, just to protect them for that. If it's found, it's destroyed, but it's not destroyed by us.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for you. Obviously, there will be drugs in your township. Obviously, there will be drugs in your township, obviously.
Drugs in where?
In your township, in Wilmington, there will be drugs. people bring drugs in. This is the nature
This is
of...
there are drugs here now.
That's right,
Right.
but it's not allowed. Now, what happens is, if people bring in drugs to your facility, to this township, right? There is a plan for it, right? But the drugs are still here. And the reason I'm bringing this up, I recently went to the township. I wanted to open up a cannabis testing lab with a revenue of $2
All right,
million.
now,
I was
I'm gonna,
denied
sir, I'm
because
gonna,
there were
sir,
drugs involved.
you're out of order. You're out of order. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about here
Yes, it
tonight.
is. It's cannabis. It's in
Yeah,
the
but you're
township.
talking about
The bylaw
cannabis.
says you can't have it.
Sir, that doesn't address the issues that were raised here tonight.
You're not allowed to have it. It's
Yeah,
your rules, not my
sir,
rules.
I'm gonna rule that out of order.
I have a question for the chief. The applicant said he expects, or they expect, about 5 admissions a day. That means 5 people in, 5 people out. That means 10 transactions a day, plus people who might just want to leave. He also said he wants to do this by 5 p.m., so we're looking at about 8-hour, 10-hour day. So you're looking at least 1.5 times an hour. Do you have the capacity to support that?
Those are, my understanding is that, and I don't want to speak, so maybe it's better that they answer that. I don't think I would have to, is my answer.
You don't think you have to, personal opinion or data?
No, I mean, because if you go to the hospital, you get an intake and you get a discharge, you don't need a police officer for that. So when it's the anomaly, then that the police department would be called.
Okay, so you think for the anomaly, you are staff, that's what you're saying. So you don't need any additional personnel, any additional police officer because of that business?
I don't know. We need police officers, but I can't say that it's going to be because of that. It's hard for me to have a crystal ball and tell you what's going to happen. I can only base it on what other chiefs have told me, and I've had some pretty specific and hard questions too. So I gave that presentation earlier. As far as what that facility is going to bring to Wilmington, I don't have a crystal ball.
Okay, so we don't know. We decide on a crystal ball.
Sir, he's answered your question 3 times.
All right, so the rest of the questions I dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patricia Xavier, 40 Oakdale Road. Just some feedback, mostly on the comments from the chief. One of the things that you said was, the chief said that all of the locations, except for Westminster that you spoke to, were in close proximity to residents. I want to know how many of those facilities directly abutted residents' backyards, instead of just proximate.
One chief lives in a backyard of one of those locations. Like I said, it's difficult for me to give you, an ace of spades with an ace of spades. I can't do that. We're talking in generalities, and that's the difficulty of it. Like I said, it's all fruit. It's in the bowl. Some are bananas, some are apples. It's hard for me to say that. When I asked him, is it in close proximity to a neighborhood? The respondents had said yes, said it was in close proximity to a neighborhood.
Right, so
Respondents said it was next to a highway and a business.
Right, so the research on most of those proximity is different than directly having your backyard sharing it. So I just wanted a clarification that proximity. And also this one is directly with middle school and high school bus stops, very, very close. So I think that's a concern that's unique to this location.
There is one police chief that is a direct abutter of one of these facilities.
And I have another question in terms of facilities. Do you have any information on how many of those facilities are directly associated with a hospital or close to a medical facility?
It's my understanding, and I can't speak again for the applicant, but they're all associated with hospitals. They take patients from hospitals. If there's a crisis situation, they have relationships with hospitals where the patients are taken to the hospital.
Right, so I think...
Crisis is typically done by the local fire department, not by, say, like a private ambulance service.
And some of the ones we talked about were like McLean, so the facility, they have more resources and medical personnel right there to help them, as opposed to this one, we don't have any direct medical facilities close by, where a lot of the other ones that you documented have close facilities by, so that was just another safety concern. I know you, as a chief also, you stressed the importance of security, and I thought it was interesting that you said most of them had a good relationship except for the Andrews house, and I know he's no longer there, but the proposed operator did work there up until a year ago, so that would be concerning to me too, that that was the one that seemed to have the most issues. That was only a year and a couple months ago. And again, I think you stressed, which we all agree, the importance of a security plan. And I just want to make sure, how do we ensure that there's going to be full-time security for this facility when I believe there was only one security person there per shift? And they also committed tonight that they would meet regularly with you, which I agree. That would be great if a security guard, I think he said whenever you wanted to meet, a security personnel would be meeting with you. I'm just trying to, if there's only one person on, how is there going to be a security personnel to meet with you and a security always at the facility?
I think my suggestion was with somebody in management that's in charge of security, that we have that open dialogue. The personnel they have there, I probably personally wouldn't have communication with them. That would be something that, okay, I would have a conversation with the director, and that message we passed on.
Right. So I guess it's a little, because it sounded like so before last meeting, we had no security for the outside, and then my understanding now is they're committing to one person, so I don't know who this other security person is, if there's only one security person available.
Well, my suggestion was to have an individual that was the head of security.
Did they commit to that? In addition to the security guard that's there? Okay, thank you. And then I think it was great also the chief's suggestion about no outpatient programs, and there's a lot of discussion about, would it become a methadone clinic and all of that, and that's definitely a concern. Another thing that I want to just stress is that when we asked previously the applicant to please explain his experience relevant to this location, he actually brought up a lot about him running a methadone clinic, so I just think we need to be aware of that we, if that's our priority, the operator, he brought that up on his own. We asked him, what is your experience related to this facility? And he brought up his experience of running a methadone clinic, so we need to be very aware of that. Also with the security, I just want to make sure, I know when people are taking smoke breaks, they will be accompanied by someone. Who's accompanying them? Because it seemed like, especially when we were talking about parking, there was limited staff numbers. So I just want to make sure, where is that staff person? We have people that are driving, we have the nurses, we have a security. I just want to make sure that they're always with staff and that there's enough staff to be covering all that. Because we want to make sure that everyone's safe. Just two more comments. So clearly, it is a for-profit facility, so Mr. Nealon would be profiting from this specific location. I think we need to address what benefits would the abutting residents have.
All right,
'Cause
I'm going to rule that out of order.
Okay.
Because that's something that has nothing to do with
Okay.
what we're talking about tonight. That's a general
Yeah,
comment.
my point was that I believe your role here is to determine if it's harmonious with the neighborhood, so I'm trying to figure out how is this harmonious to the neighborhood and how that fits in. And then when Mr. Bromkowski was kind of justifying the two-floor building that you brought up tonight, all of the comments for justifying that were specifically relating to the zoning regulations. Again, there was no discussion about how it's being harmonious with the neighborhood. Everything was referred to the zoning regulations. The zoning regulations would allow me to have this building, but it's also your responsibility to look at how it's harmonious with the neighborhood, and there was no discussion with that of how a two-story building is harmonious with the neighborhood. And in closing, we can't risk our neighborhood based on their predictions. They talked a lot about, well, we don't think it's going to be a methadone clinic, but we're neighbors, and like someone said, we were here before this facility. So how do we make sure that our neighborhood is protected and it's harmonious with the neighborhood, and making sure that all these things are in place? Thank you.
Thank you.
MJ Burns, 9 Pinewood Road. I've got just 4 items I'll just touch upon. The first one is I want to thank you, Chief, for taking the time to speak to other chiefs. And because I mean that sincerely, but I have to say, I'm going with the guys on the job who do the beat each and every day. My own husband, your guys, who many of them I know, they all feel the same. They speak to the location because of the safety issues, because it brings in a higher risk because of the close proximity to the residents, 50 feet, mind you, up from the residents. I concur with the gentleman earlier in law enforcement. He's spot on. I've got state troopers in the family. I really have to say there's no guarantees, and you can't put down a condition that they could follow to the T that would guarantee the safety issues that we addressed at the previous meeting and this evening. There is no concerns that you could implement, that they could expedite to assure the safety. We currently have issues. I know that the police force have done everything they can. They can't be in every place at once, and I'll tell you, they move a quick beat, and I'm very proud of your officers, but we still have vandalism going on. We still have threats to our safety. So I want you to assure you that part of the reservation that you have, because I know you're asking a lot of great questions, there's nothing that you can ask that can guarantee myself, my children, both of which are vulnerable, along with the other children in my neighborhood, that safety that we're looking for. My second question is, are you talking about conditions? Perfect condition, and I'm totally serious, is instead of trees that I have to wait 30, 40 years to even give me any sort of buffer, put a highway soundproof wall, 20, 30 feet high. They make them lovely. They make them look like brick. Okay, that would be a reasonable condition, that I wouldn't have additional noise. I wouldn't have to wait 30, 40 years for trees to grow. And it would also block any unnecessary lighting and minimize the idling that will occur on that property from the constant traffic of heavy machinery such as ambulances, possible rescue, fire. That would cut down on all of those issues that we had raised at the previous. That is a serious condition. Build a wall. The second thing, the second question I have is, I've heard a lot of jockeying, and it's for Attorney Bobrowski, is that under what ADA and federal fair housing would you appeal this on? Because I'm curious as to under what aspect of ADA would this fall under, because the ADA, I'm familiar with ADA and many of the facets, probably not in detail, but without a building, ADA really kind of doesn't apply unless it's something that I've absolutely missed. So, not that I would want you to show your hand, because I think that would be, I think that I would be wishing too much. But I'm just curious, under what ADA guideline would you have a legal standing to push this through? Because I feel being bullied every time we can put a third floor up. That's a direct threat. Putting it 50 feet off our property, that's a direct threat. And yes, I fear for my safety, and I do fear that, as much as I do respect Mr. Mayor and his position and the goal of helping people, there's no certainty that once this goes in and once this is in operation, that's going to be a consistent manner. It's what they hope for, it's what they wish for, but it's not often expedited. And then secondly, I would just like you to consider, listen to the intuition that you're fighting with, because you know it. Vote no. Vote down this proposal as it is. It has nothing to do, it has no positive bearing on the residents that abut it or in the exact proximity. It's not worth the risk to my children, the safety to my children, unless any of you are going to provide security for us. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I rely on the guys on the beat each and every day helping these people, trying to find these locations, transporting them. I believe in my husband, who saves lives every day in a variety of capacity, from suicides to drug abuse, who himself, on his off hours, not to digress, has tried to look for places to get people for a chance. I have my total belief in the guys on patrol. They see it in and every day, and it's not to discredit the chief, because I totally, I know where his heart is, and I respect his sincerity in it, but it's the guys on the beat each and every day that I listen to, because they see it. And thank you very much for listening. I appreciate it.
Jerry Bruno, 37 Oakdale Road. I have two brief safety-related issues. The first one has to do with patients waiving their HIPAA rights. I don't claim to be a HIPAA expert, but I do have some familiarity with the confidentiality and HIPAA laws. I was a director-level manager at Mass Rehab. Our division managed an HHS program. The program was a medical legal program. I was responsible for the medical aspects of that program. We had 600 board-certified medical specialists under contract with us. We had well over 65,000 patient interactions every year, and we obtained medical evidence of record from every hospital in the state. So HHS made sure that we were very aware of confidentiality and patient rights issues.
I don't mean to interrupt you here, but I'm going to
Yeah.
have to. I think that we've already dealt with that issue. The HIPAA issue has been addressed and it's been dealt with. So I don't think that's a live issue for the board.
Well, just a quick question on it. My concern is a person with diminished capacity, okay, waiving their rights.
But what I'm saying to you, sir, is the issue has been brought up. It's been addressed. It's no longer on the table. The HIPAA issue is not. They're going to notify us under the extent that the law will allow. But what you're talking about is now a moot issue.
Has that been adjudicated by HHS? Is that permitted, or is that speculation?
I mean, I can't give you the answer.
I
But
think
all I
it-
know is that it's been dealt with. For purposes of this application, it's no longer a live issue.
Okay, my opinion, for whatever it's worth, it's speculation until you have an opinion from HHS.
Yeah, but it's not speculation.
fine.
It's irrelevant
Yeah.
because it's already been dealt with. They're going to notify us when somebody leaves and they're not escorted, but there's certain limits to the law that they just can't abrogate.
Right.
So but it's no longer an issue for us.
Okay.
Some other court wants to deal with it, that's fine, but
Okay.
it's no longer a live issue for this.
Okay, you
board.
may see that happen.
Yep.
All right, a second issue is a letter. Kimberly McNeely was not able to be here tonight, and she wrote a letter pertaining to safety. She asked me to read it. It's a brief letter.
You know what, sir, I'm sorry, there are a lot of people that have actually taken time to show up.
Okay.
And I don't want to cast aspersions on her, she may have something.
Okay.
If you want to submit it as part of the record, we'll do that.
Okay.
But, I mean, look, there are folks standing in line waiting to be heard. I'm not going to let you sit there and read somebody else's letter.
Fine,
I
okay.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good evening, Mary Giroux, 1212 Horseshoe Lane, the one lone voice in this crowd tonight that is absolutely 100% in support of this facility. The reason I didn't get to speak at the last meeting was it was too crowded, and I felt strongly that there was nobody there from the other side to give you our opinion as well. As a mother who lost a son to overdose, I know quite a lot about detox centers, as I've had to bring my son to 6 of them before he died. This was way back in 2013. Things have changed. Methods have changed. Things are better. I'll get to my point. Thank you.
Folks, look.
You all got to speak. I think you should let me as well.
Folks, stop. We've had 3 meetings that have gone on for hours and hours. I've listened to dozens of people go on for a long period of time. We haven't had one, I think we had one person who came out who gave the other side, and she was heckled and berated, and I had to shout somebody down. I'm not going to let you break the
I
rules
agree.
because you had your chance to speak at the last meeting and you chose not to. I'll give you a little bit of leeway, but I'm not going to give you a lot. So
Thank
go
you. I
ahead.
appreciate that. The applicant, in my opinion, has tried very hard to give this board and the town everything that they asked for to get this approved. The zoning board did approve it. It's now in front of you guys. I feel like a million things keep coming up, and I know you've had immense patience and you've done your job. I do appreciate that very, very much. I know it hasn't been easy, but that's what I'm asking you to do now. It doesn't matter whether I want it to go in or they want it not to go in. You're faced with what's in front of you, what the law is, what the zoning bylaws ask you to do. And that's all I'm asking you to do as well. So I wish you luck. I thank you for all your time, and good night.
Thank you.
Anthony Saragosa, 25 Marshall Road. At the last meeting, the applicant's representative made a suggestion that we look into what he called like properties, other detox centers.
Not going to allow that. That's not an issue. We're talking about security and the conditions that were raised by the members. But we're not talking about alternative locations. That's not something that came up tonight. That's not a new topic. so I'm not going to allow that.
Excuse me, but he brought it up at the last meeting.
The
So he
last meeting was the
suggested-
last meeting. I outlined at the beginning of the public hearing, I was going to allow comment related to the issues that were brought up tonight.
Okay, how about Stoughton? Can I just talk about one thing?
If
Stoughton.
it has to do with security, knock yourself out. If
Absolutely.
you're talking about another location, I'm going to rule you out of order.
Absolutely. Stoughton, one of the places he mentioned, I just wanted to say, Stoughton is similar distance from Boston to Wilmington, similar population, so it's a good comparison. The detox center in Stoughton sits on 22.92 acres. Wilmington, this proposal is 2.1 acres. Another one he compared to was in Danvers. Again, similar proximity to Boston, similar population. That sits on 16.4 acres. Couple more you referenced, the one in Haverhill. Haverhill is an urban city, population about approximately 3 times that of Wilmington. Their detox center sits on 4.28
What does this have to do with security? You're giving me land, you're giving me lot sizes.
Correct.
And distances from Boston. What is this, if you want to talk about security issues or the conditions that were raised
There's a
by the members of...
reason
Sir, I'm
that-
not going to let you go on about something that I've told everybody I'm not going to allow.
You just asked me a question.
Go-
What's that have to do with
is it-
security?
I
And I'm
said
done.
security,
I'm
and you're
done.
talking about plot sizes.
Okay.
Yep.
When we talk about proximity to residential and security, there's a reason that in other towns, they've chosen larger parcels. It's not, this is an urban design. This is a suburban location. That's all.
Thank you.
Evening, Mr. Chair, the board. Thank you, David Robertson. I'm the state representative. I live in Tewksbury. I just wanted to bring up, in terms of security, 2 quick comparative issues, though it is quite popular. If you manage to slip by our police on the border and driven through Tewksbury, you probably passed the Tewksbury Hospital. It's 800 acres, has a like program. It's not comparative. Like the chief said, apples and oranges, but we're talking about fruit here. In the past few years, there's been a light item specifically filed by my predecessor, Representative Maselli, and our senatorial counterpart for $90,000 in reimbursement to Tewksbury Fire for uncompensated 911 calls to the facility, including those programs. Now, granted, in full disclosure, there's a multitude of programs there, both under DPH and DMH, but there are like similar programs. The state is fortunate enough, or Tewksbury is rather fortunate enough to receive state compensation back, but I urge the board to review about the potential projections on impact for security and 911 response, because they can be burdensome by that number. Second, I also wanted to bring to light that Tewksbury Hospital is blessed by the Department of Public Health Police. It's a full-time police force. Though unarmed, they've kept the peace. Despite this, several years back, Representative Maselli and his senatorial counterparts at the time filed a bill regarding the discharge of DMH and DPH patients because of issues with them into the community as a security review process. Again, Chief Sheehan, who is just as good as Chief Pagonis and the men and women on the Wilmington force here, and Chief Sheehan's predecessor still had an issue. Again, I understand the scope at Tewksbury Hospital is tenfold, but there is a clear impact on security here until these folks can get better. Lastly, I think it's a bit strange that you, I, every other elected person gets brought up for job performance review every 2, 3, or 4 years. Why can't your conditional permit be the same? Have them come back in 2 years, talk about security, and review it, or outright refuse it. We have a solution to place it elsewhere in the town that provides the services needed, preserves the character of the community, and it's a win-win. It helps the spirit of everybody. It seems very straightforward, Mr. Chair. I ask that you turn down the proposal, consider moving them elsewhere, and bring 2 victories home in one fell swoop.
Hi there, good evening. Fiona Logan, 14 North Street. Fiona Logan, 14 North Street. So many of my fellow neighbours and stakeholders in this discussion have already made excellent points, all of which I agree with. So I won't rehash those this evening, but I'll just touch on something that was brought up by the board themselves this evening. So one of the reasons why I think this facility should not be granted to be built here is because I don't feel that it's in harmony either from a business perspective or an aesthetic perspective with the other buildings in the area. The board themselves brought up this evening that they don't believe that it's aesthetically, at the moment at least, they don't believe that it's aesthetically harmonious either, because one of the board members said they would like to see it look more like a residential building. I'd really like, when the board is considering their decision tonight, to really, really think about that statement. If you want it to look more like a residential building, well then maybe you want it to be more like a residential building, and that tells me that you're thinking that this should not be a business, both aesthetically or from a business perspective, that is harmonious to the area in which it is proposed. So I'd really, really implore you to really think about that this evening, as well as all the other comments that have already been made. From a security perspective, I do have a question. The applicant stated this evening that all of the doors in the building would be alarmed. I'm assuming that would mean they would be alarmed from the inside, so that if somebody is leaving, that an alarm will go off. I'd like clarification on the front door, the main entrance of the building, where people are going in and out. Is there going to be an alarm from the inside on that, so that when people are leaving, there will be an alarm on that door?
Folks?
I'd have to go back and look at the plans. The alarm would be from whatever the lobby was in what the unit. People may be able to enter a hallway. We're hoping to have community rooms so people can use, and that would be the alarm. But there doesn't have to be an alarm before someone can get to the unit. And that's both required for security and also required by the DPS.
Okay, thank you. My concern with that is just from a security perspective. Sometimes it happens such that if you are listening to alarm going off every time, so say somebody is coming into that unit from the same door, so they're coming in the entrance door and going out the entrance door all the time, so every time they walk out the entrance door, an alarm goes off. So I would be concerned that the people who are listening to that alarm, like the security guard, the staff that are there, they'll hear an alarm go off and they'll be so used to that door's alarm going off that they won't pay any attention to it, because they'll say, oh, it's probably just the usual traffic going out of the building that just came in. So they'll get conditioned to think that it's fine when actually it's not. So I really would ask the board to consider that from a security perspective, because I don't feel that the applicant has met my needs as a person who lives in the area from a security perspective with just saying the doors are alarmed. I think it needs absolutely more detail than that, and I would ask the board to consider that. And for those reasons, I'm asking the board to say no to this decision tonight. Thank you.
Adriana Reguera, 9 Oakdale Road. So I just have one question for the chief. How many of your officers that are also residents of Wilmington think opening a substance use disorder detox facility in Wilmington is a safe idea for the residents of Wilmington? I'm sorry, you said you cannot answer that? Okay, thank you.
Suzanne Sullivan, 60 Lawrence Street. I'd like to address a couple of things that were brought up earlier. One of them is about the bylaws, and the attorney for the applicant misstated when he spoke about hotels and motels being allowed in general business. They're not allowed in general business. And even if they were allowed in general business, they're a special permit too. So I just want to make that clear, because it was a little disingenuous just to make it sound like, you know, we can have a hotel and a motel on Route 62 in North Wilmington, because that just is not true. I've also like to, I still remain concerned about a walk-in, walk-out facility. It still hasn't been explained to me clearly that once this facility is permitted by this board, where that line is drawn between what you can and cannot condition and the state can and can condition. So in other words, if a patient needs to, once they're released from this facility, and the new treatments are that people go out and they live their everyday life, and they come in and sometimes they have to get methadone or other drugs to get them through the day to try to kick the habit. I mean, this is the new emerging way to treat people. And if a patient comes in and that's what they need, does this board have the right to tell that patient they can't have it, or that they can't give that patient what they need? And if they give that patient what they need, isn't that a walk-in, walk-out clinic? I just don't, I think you're being fed a bunch of you-know-what, and I don't think that you have the jurisdiction to say that they can't have a walk-in, walk-out facility to treat people that they were releasing that need to get a hit or a fix or something to get through the day. So I would think about that. I also would caution when you're talking about reopening the definitive plan or changing the plan, that, first of all, I don't think they've met their charge on the definitive plan. I think they screwed that up, and I hope that gets flushed out in court. And I don't believe that this is even grandfathered. That's my personal opinion. I could be wrong. It's going to be up to a judge to decide, I guess. But say, for instance, if you change the plan that they do have now, you may...
I'm going to rule that out of order. That's not something we're discussing here tonight.
All right, well, I thought it was a condition. You...
Pushing it forward and getting rid of
Yeah, but the subdivision issue. All right, I'll let you have it, but I mean, the subdivision issue is not...
Well, you talked about changing the cul-de-sac, moving the building out, so that means you would have to change the subdivision plan. That means you would substantially change the definitive plan, and if you substantially change the definitive plan, it is no longer definitive, and you have to refile it.
But I think the applicant said that he was looking for a vote on this particular application. Is that correct?
Right, so I just want to leave that open. I don't understand what that means. He's talking about coming in under...
He has a right to have a vote taken on the application presented.
Correct.
He indicated in response to Mr. Barletta's back and forth dialogue that he was looking for a vote on this application.
Right, and I would have to say exactly the same thing, because there was discussion about changing things into your credit to try to move the building away from the residents and maybe, you know, cut it into the cul-de-sac and change the cul-de-sac more, or do other things, get rid of some parking. And what I'm saying is that that's not the plan that's in front of you today, and you have to vote. And if you can't do that, vote no, is what I say.
Let me just clarify my comment.
Mhm.
If the project were to get approved with the site plan that it is right now, it's at the detriment of what could be a better plan for the wrong reasons. And if there's an ability to improve something that may or may not get voted in, why not take advantage of making it better? That was my intent. And the applicant has the right to say, no, I'm going to keep it the way it is, and if it's ugly the way it is, and the cul-de-sac's going to stay. Cul-de-sac is there by a matter of law for them to get their permit and get all this through. All I'm saying is it would be reasonable to remove that restriction to allow a better development of the site that's going to be better for the neighbors. That was my intent. If you say, no, you know, you got to keep the subdivision the way it is, then it stays that way, but it's at the detriment of what could be a better design.
I agree. I agree with your mindset. I think this plan is horrible in every aspect. I think it is a detriment to the community. I think it's a detriment to North Wilmington. But I guess what I'm trying to say to you is that if you were to do that, that I don't think that you can do that, because this is a definitive plan. If it was any other plan, that might work, but this is a definitive plan that has a grandfather clause to it, that grandfathers the zoning, and if you stray too much from that, you could actually not have the grandfathering anymore. That's all my point. That's all I'm trying to say to you, is I don't think that's an option, or it should even be considered as any kind of a condition, because it won't work that way. In my opinion, I could be wrong. Am I clear?
That's again, it's a very legal part of this that I don't fully understand, but I think I understand it enough to know that it could be done under certain circumstances if the applicant would agree to it, but it would, I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying it could be done.
And that's one of the reasons, this is so difficult, and I think that all the comments, all the maybe proposed conditions, I think it's telling you something, that this is not the right project for this area. It doesn't meet the harmonious criteria for the bylaws. It doesn't protect the residents in the area, and it could have a real detrimental effect, besides all the safety issues that we've heard. And it doesn't give me any comfort that some of these conditions could or could not be considered, that it would actually happen. We don't know. In 5 years down the road, if you have a special condition where the applicant can come in that 5-year period when things haven't been going well, guess who suffers for it? It will be the residents that suffer for it. It won't be the applicant. So I have to say, please Vote no. Thank you.
Jackie Barnett for Longview Road. I just have one quick question for the chief. Hi. So I was wondering, in your interview of the other local chiefs that had the facilities, did you ask them if they had specific increase in drug trafficking, specifically drug trafficking incidents around the proximity of the facilities?
Drug trafficking?
Like more incidents of drugs being exchanged, or, you know, there's incidences closer to the facility based on.
It's my understanding that a lot of these facilities, there are on occasion individuals that want people checked into the facility, that they bring drugs in with them. The experts speak to that, and those are usually removed from them. There are reports in Stoughton, so to speak, of overdoses occurring there. Those are some of the things that are reality that happens in all facilities as they go around.
Not even specifically in, but in and around the area, like dealings, like drug dealings, closer to the proximity that, you know, that the cops might pick up just because. And do you,
there are instances.
Is it the? Did you ask these other chiefs, or you just assumed?
I did. I specifically
okay.
asked. So, like I said, there would be people that would bring the drug in themselves, and it wasn't located.
And or people coming to deal to the people from those facilities because they're vulnerable.
No, not like the drug dealers showing up to make deals with them. That's not something that's disclosed to the chief. And then talk about that. In general, folks to try to sneak stuff in. Sometimes it's caught, sometimes it isn't. There are occasions where people overdose in facilities. If they're addicted, that's part of the reason that they're there. So, like, you can't say that they're targeted by drug traffickers, in that situation. Now, I don't know, are they going to have family members coming in and out, or visitors regularly?
The visiting room will be away from the patient area, and the visiting would typically be either self-help group coming in, AA, NA, or sometimes there's a need for family meeting and planning. But it's not a regular.
So obviously the staff that would be there with them to watch this, obviously it's a valid concern. People bringing drugs into the buildings.
And even when we say there'd be an outside AA or NA group coming in, but there are about 5 people come in to run the meeting, an institutional meeting. It's not like it's not an open meeting to the community.
But they're facilitators.
Right.
They wouldn't have like general public coming in to play visits, because that would be a serious concern. That's one of the reasons for the cameras as well, so that if there are events, we can get back and look at them. The promise of them is that we would be involved in that process and have access to that.
Inside and outside around the facility. Okay, thank you.
Be able to identify it.
Hi, my name is Janice Sawyer, and I live at 58 Lawrence Street. And earlier, one of the special conditions you talked about possibly attaching to this was making it a permit for this detox only. And I guess I would ask town council whether or not that's legal. I mean, if a permit is granted, isn't it granted for everything that falls under that umbrella, which would be the detox, a methadone clinic, an outpatient clinic, and anything else that falls under that? And wouldn't it be discriminatory and illegal to attach that kind of a condition to the permit? It seems to me that would be in violation of ADA. So I'm asking the town council for clarification on that.
So what you're not allowed to do under the ADA is to discriminate between a facility that serves handicapped individuals and a similar facility that does not. So what courts have looked at is saying you can have a nursing home, but you can't have a detox facility. Those are both residential facilities that provide medical treatment. A methadone clinic where where there is a regular stream of people coming in and out of a facility is not comparable to a nursing home. In my opinion, it would be a legitimate condition that the applicant has agreed to say this is going to be an inpatient facility and not an outpatient facility that's going to be regularly having a large transient population coming and going, which obviously has different impacts in terms of traffic, in terms of the number of people using the facility, in terms of security and all the rest of it. So, no, in my opinion, it would not be discriminatory to have a condition that says, your business model, what you're asking for is an inpatient facility, that's what we're permitting, and we're not going to allow something different.
So it could be a condition that is a detox and can never be anything else.
Well, no, it wouldn't be a condition that the property could never be used for anything else. If they
Well-
wanted to use it for a different type of business that is allowed under zoning, they could do that. If it's a different type of business that would require a special permit under zoning, they could ask for a special permit.
Yeah, I guess
So-
I didn't mean any other business. We could exclude outpatient clinic, we could exclude methadone, and that would be legal.
The applicant has
and
agreed to
not
that condition.
discriminatory.
Correct, Mr. Bobrowski?
Okay. And then one of the other things, as they were talking, now they said that Stoughton doubled their beds with no input from the town, that they had the permit, they could do it. Now, Mr. Bobrowski spent a lot of time arguing that by right, he believes that he has the legal right to make that a 3-story building, which would in effect double the beds if he chose to go that route in a year, 3 years, 5 years. And there's nothing you could do about it because he'd have the permit.
Want me to-
Yeah, go ahead.
So again, no, because there's a specific request before the board. It's for a specific number of beds. Mr. Barletta read a number of conditions that he would plan to impose as part of any special permit, which would include a limit on the number of beds of exactly what's being asked for. And as I said, if you have a condition that is either not appealed or is appealed and is upheld, it's an enforceable condition, and the town would have the right to enforce that condition.
Okay. And now, apparently, Mr. Bobrowski gave you a letter or something about saying that if he is denied the permit tonight, that he would appeal it under ADA and fair housing. And I'm, kind of curious, well, first of all, of course, it again feels very, threatening. And I'm curious, is there information from that letter that we should know about? Or, again, they asked under what? Under ADA and fair housing?
Well, why don't we not speculate? Would you care to address that, counsel?
We have provided a letter to the board requesting a reasonable accommodation under both the Federal Fair Housing Act amendments of 1988 and the ADA. And I would assume that the board would take that up at an appropriate time in the near future.
Provided that this application were to be denied.
Or unfairly conditioned.
Oh, so all of Mr. Barletta's conditions possibly fall under that.
Well, no, hold on. I think a lot of the conditions were agreed to. I think what you're asking, you're putting the cart before the horse. I think what Mr. Bobrowski's done is he's put us on notice that if this application for a special permit is denied, he would be proceeding under federal law in another avenue,
Right.
which we probably would take up at another date. I mean, I don't think the members are prepared to deliberate on that tonight. However, yeah, I think that you're asking something that hasn't happened yet, but he has put us on notice that if the application were to be denied, he would proceed in that direction.
Then I would say, that as a board, you represent the citizens of Wilmington. That's your charge, is what's best for us, not what's best for him, not what is in federal mandate, but what, your scope is pretty limited. It's what's here, what's before you, what our bylaws are, what we as citizens have made clear we want and has voted on. And, and I think that, I guess we should put you on notice that that's our feeling about it. And I just have one other question. If anticipating a vote for tonight, the citizens of Wilmington gave you a very lengthy letter last time that we were not allowed to read. I'm not requesting to read it, I'm simply asking, did every single member of the board read that letter in its entirety from the lawyer that we submitted and weren't allowed to read?
Ma'am, I've read everything on this case.
Okay, good.
Thousands and thousands of pages.
I sent it to the board. Yeah, you sent it to the board. Did every member read it?
The board has, I'm speaking on behalf of the board. Your information has been received. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I have read it. If the other members wish to chime in, they can. But I mean, you know, you have to understand, this has been going on a long time. I got a stack of papers this high regarding this case. So I mean, you know, I've read it. I don't know about the other members of the board, but I do know that our secretary has been diligent in passing on everything from the residents, some of which has been objectionable, some of which has been incendiary. We've read everything. I've read everything.
You've read everything.
I've read everything.
I'm specifically asking the other board members if they're willing to answer that question.
Yeah, I don't know. I've read it quite a few times.
Yeah? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Michael McCoy, 11 Treasure Hill Road, members of the board, to the Wilmington citizens that are sitting behind me, to the Wilmington citizens that are standing behind me, to the Wilmington citizens that are sitting and standing on both sides. And if folks are home watching this, there's 250 to 300 people here tonight. Last month, there was 250 to 300 people here last month. Almost Valentine's Day is here again. Last year, at Valentine's Day, and we all can remember because we had to be here Valentine's Day, 250 to 300 people were there then. The message is loud and clear. Folks do not want this at this location, plain and simple. And I'm just going to touch upon security for a moment. Mr. Chairman, over a 3-year span period of time, the Wilmington Police responded 501 times to the facility across the Woburn Street School on High Street. Our resources are thin as it is. That's a fact, 501 times over 3 years. And I just have to say to the applicant's attorney, earlier you stated because of the new zoning of Article 2, I got to put the glasses on for a quick second. You stated earlier, relative to the rezoning of Article 2, that this would prohibit the frontage of the existing lot today. That's not true, sir. Right now, there's 123 feet of frontage. You don't meet the zoning of the old bylaw, and you're not going to meet the zoning of the new bylaw. Obviously, you need to have a variance, but we're not looking at that tonight. I just want to say to the folks, I had a laundry list of other things, but I don't think I need to say that. It's really time to call this thing a ball or a strike. The bottom line is you have a plan in front of you, and I don't know where on such a small lot we have a size of that building anywhere in this community. You can't find it. I asked that of the planning board, and they confirmed it, that there is not a size of that building. You should vote against that. The message is loud and clear. We had an Article 2 town meeting that I drafted with the help of a lot of good folks here. 368 to 62. The message is loud and clear. Vote this thing down. This building does not belong on that site, and we all have hearts. It was always the location. That is not harmonious to the neighborhood, and I have to say, vote this thing down. Do the right thing to the residents, because you all folks live here in the town. Thank you.
Kind of hard to beat that. Anyway, Mike Bodner, West Street, Wilmington. I'd like to thank these gentlemen who proposed this project. They did a job to the best of their abilities. I also would like to thank the residents and members of this audience for showing up at all these meetings. They've taken time away from their families. They've taken time away from the stupid television set with their dog to be here in opposition of this project. It's a needed entity, but not in this location. These people have sugar-coated it with their plans and architectural visions, but each and every one of you are going to vote on this here. And you are going to pass these people on the streets of Wilmington and may even shop in the same stores that they shop in. Are you going to be able to face them if you approve this project? I say, vote no on this project. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members, Frank West, 2 Birchwood Road. At the last meeting, we talked about finances. And I'm wondering if each of you board members could tell me, I know there's at least 3 of you that are involved somewhere in the real estate profession, and I'd like to know if you believe that this complex will have a financial detriment to the direct abutters or that neighborhood in large.
I mean, that's something that we didn't discuss here tonight. Since you're the last person speaking, I'll allow the question. I mean,
I
again,
think, Mr. Chairman,
all I can speak to tonight is what the chief said. He doesn't believe that it's going to have a significant impact on his department over and above, you know, he's not going to need overtime to address it. So, I mean, but if you're talking about property values and all that stuff, I'm not going to get into that tonight. I'm not going to allow it.
okay, I believe that that goes into harmony of the neighborhood.
Yeah, I don't. I think that's been discussed at both meetings. That was significantly discussed. That was not brought up tonight, and I'm not going to open that can of worms, Frank. I'm not going to do it.
Okay.
You spoke about it.
I did.
At the last meeting at length. So now you want to talk about it again.
No, what I want to know is that there's at least 3 of you that are involved in the real estate industry, and I'd like to know your opinions.
Who are you referring to?
You want me to refer?
I'm not involved in the real estate industry.
You are
Are you
an,
involved in the real estate industry?
You're
I know
an
you are. Are
attorney.
you involved in the real estate industry? Are you involved in the real estate industry?
Okay.
Yes, septic. So
Okay.
we got one confirmed. You're
You're
one
an
for 5.
You're an attorney, sir.
I'm an attorney. I'm
Do
not
you deal
involved
with real estate matters?
only when they're related to litigation and in court cases.
So you do. Mr. Lepore develops property from time to time, and Ms. Santini is a real estate agent.
All right.
So the majority of your
All
board,
right,
in my eyes.
I'm ruling it out of order. Do you want to talk about security or any of the conditions that were brought up tonight?
One other question that I have in relation to this scholarship, for lack of a better term. Now, it's my understanding that you're looking for 4.8, that your board seems to be looking for 4.8 beds, which kind of got rounded
No,
up.
that's not true. They
Okay.
they clarified that and indicated that they're going to take 10% of the revenue and set it aside for scholarships for indigent folks. The beds, I had asked if it was the beds, and they corrected that.
Okay, so the scholarships are based on monies that they've...
10% of the revenues that they collect, they're going to withhold as scholarship money to apply to indigent patients.
Can I ask a generic, I'll just ask a generic question. What is a ballpark cost of a full-blown detox? Somebody wants to go in for whatever it is, the 10 days or whatever. Just out of curiosity, what's that cost? Is there a
But
ballpark?
it doesn't matter, it's 10%. 10% of 100, 10% of 10,000.
Okay.
It's 10%.
All right. Well, again, I'm going to go with these guys in front and back, and I'm going to request that you guys vote no on this. If he wants to appeal it, let him appeal it. And truth of the matter is, your appeal might or may not get you a better deal. I mean, if like what Mr. Syracuse was saying about maybe there's a possibility of a smaller lot, or what Mr. Barletta said about a totally different configuration. So I'm as a resident of the town, I would respectfully request that you guys vote this action down, and let's see what comes to the drawing board on appeal.
Ethan Sawyer, 58 Lawrence Street. Ethan Sawyer, 58 Lawrence Street. I had a question about security with regards to the security cameras. It was said that if a patient leaves against advisement, that they could call the police department, but they couldn't give a name. But can they actually give footage of people? Is that not a HIPAA violation as well?
The HIPAA violation, and actually the federal confidentiality regulations are much stricter than the HIPAA. The HIPAA violation and the confidentiality regulation violations, we say the person's a patient. In fact, if somebody walks away from a facility, there's a danger, we're going to identify who that person is, what they look like, which direction they head, and what their concern is. So we can't, what we don't do is say that it's a patient. That's prevented by federal law.
You can say who it is, but you cannot say that they are your patient? Okay. With regards to the 10% being set aside of revenue, is that gross or net? Okay. I mean, it's a very manipulatable figure. You know, you just pay out a bonus, increase salaries, there's not a lot of revenue. And the town of Stoughton said that they were able to increase the size of, or I guess the chief of police said they were able to increase the size of the location without consulting with the town. I mean, do we know how they were able to do that? Is that because they did not have a condition in place, or?
The original license was 64 beds.
Okay.
The license was issued by Department of Public Health. While I was there, we were up to 32 beds. But the license was always up to 64.
Okay.
If they didn't consult the town, that's
Learn
a
about the
problem.
Stoughton location is that it has multiple buildings in its own hospital. They have Gosnell, which is outpatient. They have the Andrew House that's there. They have, I believe, a spinal injury building that's there. So it's a medical building. It has multiple uses to it. So, you know, it's, like I said, it has a detox facility. It's fruit in the bowl. It's not identical to the
Okay. I think at the last meeting, one of the questions or information that was supposed to be provided at this meeting was whatever licensure application had been put into place. I know that Mr. Barletta had a concern about how do we, or who do we actually attach any conditions to. And when I went back and watched the videotape, it became clear that the answer that we were given was not really, you couldn't hear it. And, you know, my understanding was that it was the Massachusetts Detox Centers, Inc. is the actual operating company, which, you know, they just filed their 2017 annual report last week, and it still has Mr. David Ray listed as president. I mean, that's for a closed year, you know, obviously behind us. But I guess, so one of the questions is just to confirm that, you know, he is out of the picture, and the other one is to confirm that we should be placing conditions on this center as well as Bettering LLC, I believe. Both the owner of the location, which should be transferred if they were to sell it, as well as the operator, whoever that is now and may be.
I'll let council address that.
Sure.
If you want to, I mean.
The Secretary of State's information about the Mass Detox Centers, Inc. is accurate, and what was the other question?
Accurate in the sense that Mr. David Ray is still involved?
Yes, he's still a manager.
He is still a manager. Okay.
Do you have anything else, sir?
Well, yeah, I guess the other question just had to do with if they do choose to approve this application, which is on an as-is basis, which seems pretty clear that it's not harmonious, but if they do, that these conditions be placed upon both Bettering LLC and Massachusetts Detox Centers, Inc. I think is.
Bettering is the landlord, not the operator, but I don't see any reason why they shouldn't be held to certain conditions. You don't want them giving up the septic system, so that seems reasonable.
Okay. Sorry, there's a lot of notes here. Oh, right, and I guess I had another question to the chief of police based on what Mr. Mayor had said, you know, that they confiscate drugs from individuals as they enter, they consider it medical waste. and that these drugs are disposed of along with their other medical waste by a vendor. I mean, are there any issues with that as far as the police are concerned? I mean, if someone has an illegal substance, I just don't know.
No, I mean, that's a standard practice in all hospitals. We have a kiosk in the police department we take. We don't catalog it and say who it's from or what year it belongs to or not. We get that and it's processed as well.
Okay.
It's a standard thing. You know, I'll let them speak to its specifics and expertise.
No, I think that's fine.
We keep a log, we describe what the substance is, we can't identify, we don't know. We're not gonna say that's fentanyl, it's this or that, we just put it in the medical waste, seal it, and it goes out.
And I guess my last comment would just be to each of the members of the board, just to remember that, you know, we are making a decision based on the town bylaws that were put into place by the people sitting here and the residents in this building. We're not in a federal court. You know, what an applicant may or may not do at some later point is irrelevant for our purposes. So I ask you to vote no on this. Thank you.
Uncle Shade, 31 Park Street. My biggest concern is with the disposal of materials on the way to this facility. And I've been told that these people are going to be medically cleared, meaning that they will be becoming ambulatory. So my question is, where are these illegal drugs that you're talking about that they're having to remove from these people and dispose of? Where are they coming from if they're being transported ambulatory from a medical facility? My concern is the people that are cleaning up Lover's Brook. My concern, and I spoke with the chief at length about this, and he assures me that the number is small of the number of found paraphernalia in that vicinity currently, and my concern would be, or question would be, that if that number were to go up significantly, say if it's currently 5 or 10 reported findings per year now, and if in this facility comes in and it goes up to 50 or 100, I would like to see some remediation through them, or at least a consideration of that before this gets passed. But the big question, the answer to my question was that these people were being transported and medically cleared and transported ambulatory, so how could they have illegal drugs to dispose of?
Come in with bags of clothes, and that's what we found every one. And that's all gone through. We wouldn't know if the hospital would do that or not. We're gonna do it.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to steal Mr. McCoy's thunder.
Karen West, 2 Birchwood Road. I just have a couple of questions. Hold on one second, because I'm going to pull them all up. Is the percentage that's going to be put aside, is that a year-to-year percentage, or is that a rollover percentage? It will be rollover.
It won't be at the end of the year, at the end of the month, when we do financials, is when there'll be a contribution to that fund.
No, I get that, but after, I guess what I'm saying is after your fiscal year ends, all right, and all your profits have been generated or whatever, you have now put into your pocket of funds a percentage of a scholarship. Does that scholarship continue to roll over year to year? For instance, if 3 people use the scholarship and you have $15,000 left over at the end of your fiscal year, does that $15,000 roll into the next fiscal year to increase the pot for somebody else or many people that may need help?
I, quite frankly, have to talk to the accountants about that. My sense of working in other facilities, there's not much money left, but we have to talk about if it gets sold or not. That would be an accountant position. I am not an accountant.
Okay, I think that's something that's important, because every year it isn't the same amount of people that need help. Year to year it differs. With regards to the security, if the security in this facility proves to be inadequate, what right does the town have to force the facility to increase their staff? And if they won't, what can the town do except use our police force, our fire, our ambulances to support what you're not supporting? So that's a lawyer question.
I think it would depend on in what way the security is inadequate.
Okay, people are coming out of the facility. They said they're going to try and transport them by vans. They don't have enough staff to be transporting people by vans.
Okay.
People want to go out and have a cigarette, and they don't have enough staff inside.
So these are commitments they've made. They would be conditions of a special permit. They would be enforceable. So that's why I asked the question. If they're not doing things they said that they were going to do and that the board told them they have to do, that is enforceable. They can be taken to court. They can be fined. It's an enforceable condition of their permit. If it's later determined that one security guard isn't enough and that 2 security guards would be better, that I think is what Mr. Barletta was talking about down the road looking backwards at how the operational conditions have worked and whether something new is required.
So
You would think and you would hope that if there was a circumstance like that, that the applicant, and this is the communication issue that I think the chief was talking about, the applicant would be working with the police department on an ongoing basis, and even if there isn't a new condition imposed by the board, that they would be meeting the staffing requests of the chief if the chief has a good faith basis to say, look, we think you need an extra overnight security person, or whatever the case may be. And in my experience, most property owners, certainly not all, are going to do that because they'd rather get out and ahead of things and have a good working relationship with the police department rather than wait for it to get to the point where they're getting hauled before a board.
And I agree with that. My only concern is that, from what I heard tonight, and I could be wrong, but this gentleman worked at a facility where they did not cooperate with the police, even though they were supposed to. So in the meantime, the residents would have to deal with it and suffer. The other question is, can a special permit not only limit the amount of beds and the size of the structure, but can it also permanently make that structure so that they could never come back to the board, ask for an addition onto the building, such as a third floor, ask to change the use of the building for any reason, or the structure of the land for what they want to use it for, such as they want to increase their smoking area in the back, which would get closer to the residences. Can that be done?
So I guess a couple points. First of all, I think what Mr. Bobrowski was saying is that the zoning allows 3 floors by right in this district. I don't think he was saying they could, without coming back and seeking a new special permit, increase to 3 floors. I think, frankly, they're at 32 and a half feet. You could conceivably have a 35-foot, 3-story building, but they're 32 and a half, 2-story. I don't think that extra 2.5 feet is likely to give them an extra story, and it would probably be prohibitively expensive for them to try to convert. So, but I think your general point is there anything to prevent them from coming back and asking for permission later to change some aspect of their plan? And the answer is no. Like any property owner, any applicant, people have a constitutional right to come into their government and ask for permits. I guess one thing to bear in mind is case law is pretty clear. If there's a condition imposed on a permit and that permit condition is not appealed, or if it is appealed, then it's upheld. That is binding, and you can't later come back and ask to modify that particular condition unless you can prove that there are significant changed circumstances that would require the board to reconsider that. Otherwise, the board has a right to enforce that condition and to deny the modification request down the road.
Okay, my only concern is that they were very adamant about saying they have the right to put a third story on, which leads me to believe that down the road, they're going to be coming back and trying to put a third story on. I understand that
I
right
don't wanna
now,
speak-
it's
I'm sorry.
32 and a half feet
I don't want
high
to speak
now.
for Mr. Bobrowski, but I think what he was saying is responding to the comment that 2 stories is too much by saying the zoning allows 3 stories. Are you intending to add a 3rd story at any time?
No.
So, you know, just to be clear on what that statement was made in connection to the 2-story building being too high. So if there's a condition that says this is the plan, you're going to abide by the plan, that is enforceable.
Go ahead, Counsel.
One of the key things a court will look at under a discrimination claim is whether or not other comparable uses in the same district are given greater latitude. If I can build 29,999 square feet of retail as of right, with a 3-story building, subject only to site plan approval, how does that compare with what I've proposed to build tonight? And my argument would be, that's a lot worse. It's too tall, it's got way more trips, it's got way more traffic, it's got way more police calls, because retail facilities do generate a lot of police calls with shopping cart accidents and shoplifting and all the rest of it.
Okay, but you saying that leads to
Hey, folks, show some respect to the applicant.
Yep.
You've been shown respect. You've been shown great deference. Please be similar to the applicant. Thank you.
So I no more intend to build a 29,000 square foot retail facility than I intend to build a 3-story building. It's a 2-story building, it is what it is, it's inpatient only, it's not outpatient. It's what the application says it is, and we are willing to accept a condition that limits us to that exactly.
Okay, but by your words, you're just saying it would only make it worse. You admit that it's bad now. Thank you.
Ralph Gracia, 87 Chestnut Street. Very brief.
Sir, can you repeat your name one more time?
Ralph Gracia, Grassia, 87 Chestnut Street. So in pertaining to the security, I would imagine there's maybe a little bit more than 60 people in this facility. How many police officers do we have for tonight? Armed police officers for this facility tonight, and they're only going to put 1 security guard unarmed in a facility with 64 people, maybe more. So I would propose that they need more security for the amount of people that they're going to have, and vote no for this building. Okay? Thank you.
I'll be quick. My name is Michael O'Brien. I live at 24 Oakdale Road, about 15 years in law enforcement. I just have 2 questions regarding security. I apologize, I don't know everybody's name here, but the attorney keeps stating this is a 48-bed in-treatment facility. However, the applicant has stated there's going to be community rooms. I thought there was some mention about meetings or something, community meetings. I'm just looking for clarification. Is that meetings of other people coming in? He stated there'd be 5 or 6 additional people. Is that additional people not in the 48-bed facility coming in for the meeting?
Coming in for self-help meeting.
Self-help meeting, then they would leave that night? Okay. It's-
For the hour and a half of the meeting.
So, all right, so it's not a completely 48-bed in-treatment facility. You are going to have people coming and going for the, I understand that it's for the meetings, but
That's part of the treatment, is having self-help.
well, I understand. It just, I'm not a heartless jerk. My niece overdosed 3 days before Christmas. All right, so
The other
just,
part that we talked about, the community room, was something we wanted to offer the community. The chief has talked about the substance abuse task force. We're saying, we'll give you the space that we can meet. You know, and this space is separate from the patient space. So we're not worried about confidentiality. That it's a separate space that we want to make available for the community.
I understand, but that brings me up to my next question. So you're talking about security, and this might sound crazy for the board, but I worked 3.5 years in a prison, and I can tell you that drugs do come into secure facilities, probably more secure than what this facility is going to be. It's friends, it's family, it's people bringing things in. I will discuss this off the record, out in the hallway, away from cameras, not to give anybody any ideas, but they're extremely creative. You have admitted that drugs will get into your facility. That comes in through bags, and you have protocols in place as far as getting rid of them. I understand that. My question is, for the security of people that are coming in for these meetings, or if they're coming in for a visit, what does somebody that's at the 48-bed facility, what do they have to do to garner that, I guess, get that visit, and who screens the people coming in for the visits? What sort of security is in place for those people? I'm just going to ask you all this question. I'll sit down so you can answer them all. Who screens these people coming in for the programs that can come and go? As far as security for the family coming in to visit or friends coming in to visit, what do they have to do to build up to get that visit? And who screens those people? Are they allowed to bring bags in or anything like that? Obviously, drugs can get hidden in a very, very small thing, so the more you can limit that, obviously, the more you can limit the stuff getting in. Final question is, if somebody does walk away from the facility, Wilmington PD goes out, they find them, what does somebody have to do to actually get kicked out of that facility? So if Wilmington PD finds the person down the street, can they talk them back in, throw them in the cruiser, bring them back, and you'll open them, open arms, say, you know what, come on back in? Or what does somebody do in order to actually get violated and thrown out? All right, thank you. I'll see if he can.
Just to correct, I believe he's asking for the general protocol upon admission, how you can seize any type of contraband. And then the final question was, yeah, about if somebody leaves, what's the procedure? Are they allowed to come back? I gotcha.
Somebody come in for a visit.
Gotcha.
Screens the people just to kind of limit stuff.
So what happens if they leave? Are they allowed to come? Are they allowed to come back?
Depends on why they were discharged. If they're discharged, and there was any kind of a threat that they'd made, and that's why they were discharged. If they tried to walk out without us giving them transportation, the police would be notified, and probably wouldn't take them.
Okay, what's the protocol upon admission to identify and seize contraband?
All their belongings, they, in front of a staff member of the same sex, they strip down, they take showers, they get in pajamas, and at least through the detox process, they stay in clothes that we give them. Can drugs sneak in? It happens. I worked in jail too. I did counseling in jail. One of the differences, the folks that came to see me when I was working in the jail didn't want to be there. Folks that come to the treatment center voluntarily coming in for treatment. Do they ever bring stuff? Did they ever bring stuff at the last bit they had with them? Sure, it happens, and we almost always get it. If somebody wanted to smuggle it in, you've worked in jail, I've worked in jail, you don't go through a jail and searching people, and it still got in. But it didn't get in a lot of harm.
Just for clarification, my question wasn't if somebody gets discharged. My question was if somebody walks away, if they choose to walk out of the facility on their own, they don't sign out, they say, I'm done, I'm leaving. Then they come back. If Wilmington finds them, or any other agency finds them, police agency, and brings them back, do you allow them back in, or do you say, sorry, you blew your chance, you're gone?
If they're dead, yeah, we take them back.
Take them back?
Which we do our darndest so they don't leave.
No, I understand that. Obviously, it does happen.
Can I ask a question? One of the questions that you had was that the people that come to visit, how are they screened?
When they sit down with me, it's a group that's identified by Alcoholics Anonymous or Narcotics Anonymous who are coming in 5 at a time to run a meeting for the patients. Any other people who are coming in may be family members, they're coming in for a family session, or they're sitting with a staff member. There's no general visiting. It's not like going to the hospital and go to the rooms and sit and talk to people. That doesn't happen. The only other visitors I've ever seen have to come in have been people who have been associated maybe with DCYF.
And just because we're on this, so I thought they weren't there that long anyways. Aren't they generally there for a week? Oh, what is...
Detox is about a week, and the rehab of the other TSS part, CSS part that we talked about could be another 2 weeks.
Oh.
Hi, I'm Kelly Richards. I live at 31 Shady Lane Drive. I do have a question for the chief. You mentioned that the other facilities didn't increase overtime pay, and I'm just having a hard time, comprehending that, because I'm figuring that they had to be staffed otherwise. So I'm curious if there were additional burdens posed to the town by hiring additional police and fire staff to cope with additional demand?
We're in the actually doing a staffing study right now. It doesn't reflect this, it reflects the town, overall calls for service that we have, the geographic location in all buildings in town, Target, Valley, all those other places, which is taking place over a long period of time. So, this obviously, as I've said, will create calls for service. I don't have a crystal ball. I can't tell you if it's going to be 1, 10, or 100. So, that's the idea about the interactive dialogue with the proponents, and the reason why I demanded in this process is because if we have a dialogue, we have a relationship, and they're part of our team to address substance abuse in Wilmington, then we have a strong relationship. What I found, and as I said in my presentation earlier, is that the communities that didn't have a strong relationship with the facilities had struggles. So if this is to come to fruition, if this is to happen, then that's what I want. And I'll make sure that the police department espouses that philosophy, that we work directly together constantly on all the issues to reduce the stress and frustration that you have in the communities. Like I said, I can't guarantee anything to you. I can't say that nothing will ever happen. There will be issues. There will be people that bring drugs into the building. There will be times when people have an event that we have to respond to. There will be transports from the ambulance service to take them to a hospital. The whole process of that open dialogue is to reduce those, mitigate those, and cooperate with the facility and government in town to do that. So my opinion is they have a stake in the game in saving Wilmington residents and coming up with plans and programs and supporting us in that, then they'll have a stake in the game in keeping their facility to something that is the best that it can be in that area. That's why I want those things.
And honestly, I don't have a problem at all with increasing our police and fire staff. I would never come up here and say anything about that if that's what we need to protect Wilmington residents. And also, I don't have any problem with hiring a substance abuse coordinator. I think it's a valuable service. It's really good. I'm a person, I've said it before, I very much support people recovering from addiction. I think it's a terrible thing for the person and also the families to go through, and also communities. There have been many people who have been hurt. And with all due respect from the research that you did with the other police departments, I guess we also could call that anecdotal stories. I mean, over the last couple of years, all the residents in our neighborhood have done a lot of research and found anecdotal stories, which gives rise to the reason why you see so many people here today and so many people here throughout this process. Because for us, our families, we're not willing to make them a learning experience. We're not willing to put them on the front lines to potentially get hurt. This is our community, it's our home, and we moved here because it was a safe community. It's family friendly. We have 4th of July activities. We have parades. I know, I'm not gonna go in, I know, it's been.
I gotta stop you.
But that's the safety piece, and I only have one more thing to say. We don't care about concessions. We care about voting no on this because it's not the right location. Mr. Nealon has a ton of money. He can build this anywhere.
I'm going to rule that out of order,
Okay.
ma'am, but location is not up for discussion tonight.
Part of the objective of our bylaws is, I'm not going to read that whole thing too because I'm assuming you're all well aware.
I'm not going to let
It's to conserve the value of land and buildings. That is part of it. And when I think about this facility and its lack of harmony with the safety of my mortgage, I think economically it doesn't work.
Ma'am, I'm ruling that out of
Okay.
order. Your property value is not up for discussion tonight.
Okay.
It's
Well,
not,
it is
you know,
a safety
that's been
thing.
addressed.
You know what?
That's
Not
been
really.
addressed for hours and hours. I was clear at the beginning of this meeting that this was going to be a discussion on the topics that were raised this evening. I'm not going to allow it. I'm just not.
Okay.
If you want to talk about something that was raised
In
tonight.
conclusion, I ask that you vote no on this for this proposal because everyone has too many questions. You can't legit look me in the eye and say, you'll be all right. You can't tell me that our neighborhood will be all right. Nobody can, and if you have a question, my mother always taught me, trust your gut feeling to keep yourself safe. If you feel uneasy in your gut, regardless of threats that are being proposed to you or in your face, say no. Thank you.
Now, sir, I believe you've already spoken tonight, right? All right,
Something else mentioned that I'd like to follow up on.
Okay.
Yeah. So in response to Mr. O'Brien's comments, you know, he had kind of raised the issue about there being other organizations allowed to operate within the facility. And I don't know if the attorneys and town council here today are familiar with the Dover Amendment, but what that effectively says is that if you have nonprofit organizations operating within a building for the primary purpose of education, that they can override the town bylaws and they can service the people that they are educating in whatever manner they need for their medical treatment, which would be methadone. So if you think that you can write a condition that prohibits them from opening a methadone clinic here, you are mistaken. Thank you.
So I can guarantee you a court would not find a methadone clinic to be a nonprofit educational institution. First of all,
No, sir.
Yeah.
This is legal counsel. Let him speak to your question.
yeah, AA would be. AA doesn't administer methadone to my knowledge, and methadone administration would not be an educational use, it would be a clinical use. There are protections under the Dover Amendment, which is Chapter 48, Section 3, that prevents discrimination against disabled people, and that could potentially be implicated for a methadone treatment facility, potentially, if similar facilities were allowed in the district. And that, I don't want to put words in Mr. Bobrowski's mouth. I think that is what he is saying, is that nursing homes are allowed by special permit, therefore this type of use should be allowed by special permit. So I'm not familiar with anything that would be comparable to a methadone clinic in the bylaws that would be allowed at this site that someone could point to and say, we're very similar to that and therefore you can't treat us differently.
Okay.
Yeah, and I guess, I mean, the
Wrap it
only
up,
point-
sir,
Yeah, the
please.
only point would be that there's a question. So this is not a definitive type of a condition. There is a lot of potential there, and if we have the town is clearly a nonprofit. They're operating educational services to people who are recovering from drug addiction. And one of the things that they would need is medication. So I think that there is a potential for that, and even the chief of police stated that this should not be a methadone clinic. And it's a backdoor into that.
Okay. The public hearing is closed. I'm going to kick the application back to the board for deliberation and potential motion to resolution. Who wants to start off?
I have a question. Is there any possibility, or how could it be worked, if the fire department, police were inundated with calls? Is there a fund other than the state compensating? Like, is there, you know, they're putting 10% aside for, you know, indigent people that can't afford it. Is it possible, if we find out, or can there be a budgetary item that if more fire and police are being used, that there can be a fund in some kind of way? Do we know?
Are you suggesting a condition that would say if a certain level of calls for service was generated from the site, that there would be a payment by the applicant to the town to compensate the town for that?
Yeah.
I've seen negotiated conditions like that. you have to bear in mind that any condition the board imposes has to be reasonable. And so the question would be whether, if appealed, a court would uphold the condition. I can't tell you yes or no with any certainty whether that would be upheld if appealed. I could have a conversation with the applicant's counsel to see if they would accept such a condition.
So I guess at this point, do we want to make a motion and then start hashing it out, or, I'm not
The way it works is, if someone cares to make a motion and attach conditions, there's at least one member that has had some significant conditions. The chief has also had some significant conditions that I think that were all agreed to by the applicant. So if someone wanted to formulate a motion with a list of conditions and present it to the board, then we either vote it up or we vote it down.
Or you could add to it.
Or we could add to it.
So a couple of the suggestions or conditions that I had discussed earlier, I just want to make sure that a couple of the conditions that I had mentioned earlier, I think were maybe not agreed to, but also not disposed of by the applicant. I think one of them was about the renewal every 5 years, and I think the way we left that off is that it could be conditioned or structured in such a way that it wouldn't limit or restrict the right to operate. Is that correct?
Well, that would certainly be an important factor. I would also want some assurances that the scope of the conditions is narrow rather than broad. You can't, some of the things can be easily handled. Council was suggesting landscaping would need to be monitored, but you can put a condition in that we would have to replace dead vegetation within, reasonable growing season. And that'll last. We don't need to meet every 5 years for that. So I want to be assured that when we do meet, something doesn't come out of left field that jeopardizes the program. Because if it's possible for that to happen, we're not going to have 48 people in there. We're going to have 3 or 5. It goes across the internet like that. If they're in trouble with their permitting process, go somewhere else. I've seen it.
And again, I think it can be worded or structured in such a way that it's not reopening the permit process in any means, but it is coming back in here, keeping the communication open, and it's a way to, I guess, I feel strongly about it, that we word it in such a way that it's amenable to you and to us.
Well, you've got 90 days from the close of the public hearing to file your decision with the town clerk's office. So I would suggest that in the spirit of your suggestion, I'm amenable to that. But the details are what I care about, not the spirit. So with that in mind, let me work with town council to craft something. Obviously, he'll run it by the board, and let's see if we can't get to home base on that.
Okay. The other one that the other condition that I had phrased earlier was about conditioning the permit to both the applicant, which I think is normal. I think that's normally the way that a special permit is conditioned, but also to the operator. And I've struggled with this, and I know maybe it's just a minor detail, but I think that the operation or the success of this facility is tied to who's running it. And I really believe that the permit should be tied in some manner to the operator. And if the operator changes, then I think if the operator changes, do you have to inform the state? It changes your licensing. So I feel that the same applies to your special, okay, well, I thought you did earlier.
Well, I disagree. We would want the permit, if it was to be issued, in Bettering LLC, and what is the other one?
But specifically, LLC with the executive director named. Because I have a,
I'm telling you right now, Mr. Mayor needs the job, so he'll be here for the foreseeable future. But I can't say that the permit expires if he decides to.
I didn't say I never said expires.
Bora Bora was what I had.
I never said expires. I said notify the board and come before the board with the new operator of the facility to explain or give us their experiences.
We called it a courtesy call, and I would agree to that. So if the operator is Massachusetts, just to get the name right, Detox Centers, Inc., Massachusetts Detox Centers, if they change the executive director, then the new executive director will come and give you a courtesy call, introduce himself or herself, and tell you what's up and what they have as plans for the future, commit to the things that the chief suggested, and go from there.
All right, two more. Just want to make sure you presented another option for the exterior design, or two options for the exterior design. Will you take one more pass at it, see if you can possibly bring the scale of it down, and just look at it on a residential scale? There's plenty of examples out there. If you could please would you agree to take another pass at the design? Not that where you're going to, not conditioning it on approving and iterating a new design, but in the spirit of trying to make this fit better
Folks, please.
into a neighborhood setting. Will you have your design team or your architect take another look at it?
What are you shooting for, a change of location or a
No,
change of building?
I'm talking about the skin, the exterior appearance.
Folks, please.
The building is going to be, I can't remember the exact number, 20.
I'm not talking about the size, I'm
No,
not
no.
talking about the location, I'm not talking about the height.
Yeah, I know what you're getting at, and I can ask the architects to take a look at softening up the facades that are long in length with a different kind of jogging, that kind of thing. But it's not going down in size.
I'm not
It is
asking,
what it-
I've never asked that.
Okay, that's fine.
And lastly, I would like to make sure that one of the conditions is to have a landscape architect review this, work up some options, at least take some input from the neighbors behind and come up with a plan that, I mean, landscaping's not that expensive. I mean, for a project like this, you should be able to come up with something that's amenable to you guys and to the neighbors that will at least help soften the back of this up a little bit.
Okay, that's fine. I have no problem with that. We also did talk about a budget for the 4 immediate neighbors to the back. And we decided that we would offer them $2,000 each and $1,000 for the person on the right-hand extreme edge, because it's not it's a more oblique view. It's not a direct view. So that would be a total of $7,000. And we would take a recommendation from the board. I don't know that it's really possible for you to do that, but I'm sure we can find a local landscaper that's well respected that we can deposit the money.
Right, but I'm asking that your team
On our side of the line, we'll hire a landscape architect to do what we can.
to do what I've asked earlier. All right, I feel that the conditions that,
Do you want to make a motion?
well, hold on. I'm just stating that I feel that the exception of the thing in the middle, the cul-de-sac in the front, I feel that at least the conditions that I would want to have on it, I think that the applicant has agreed to. So if a motion were to be made,
Well,
I'd want these conditions.
Are you making the motion?
Not yet, because I think there might be other people that.
Anybody else?
Actually, on the $2,000, I am not a landscape professional, but I just feel that I heard some grumblings, and they probably were thinking a little bit more. So just, if could be, I don't know, would you increase that a little bit more?
It's very short distances along the property line in the back. Take a look at the map again. They don't have 500-foot long property.
True, but if
property
you're,
line.
like, I don't know how much a fence costs, maybe they want to build that wall on their property or whatnot, but,
They can't.
which they can't,
Can't be
but,
higher than 6 feet.
That's our option. We're also screening on our side of the property. Obviously, we want to be a good neighbor. If it doesn't work, we're going to plant more trees. So, we're trying to do the right thing. $2,000 is a nice landscaping budget. I bought birch trees this past year. I spent $1,000 and I got 5 trees and they're all 15, 20 feet high. So.
oh, see, that's what I mean, you got them on sale, make it 3,000.
Gentlemen, do you wish to be heard? Is there anything you wish to discuss?
So I'll discuss only two, second motion discussion. I will talk what I feel. If there's a motion on the table and a second.
There's no motion
No,
right
I'm
now.
saying, what I'm saying is, I'll hold my thoughts. If someone puts a motion on the table and it's second, and then we discuss it, then I'll give you my
Right, so
discussion
you
at
don't-
that point.
you don't
Not
wanna
at this
move.
point,
Okay.
yeah.
Ray, you have anything?
One thing that I would want to add, do you want me to add it now, my condition to?
Yeah,
what
any,
you-
I mean,
what-
put it all
was
out there, because at some point, I'm assuming this is going to be formulated into a motion. So let's get all the conditions down.
Okay,
I mean,
so.
hold on, before we even begin with that, Chief, did you reduce your request to write? Do we have that?
We have it, we have this.
Okay.
We have these and.
Okay, because, I mean, I would, think that those would be incorporated as well.
Yes, yeah,
into
no, I
the
agree.
small stuff.
The one thing that I would add would be, I think security should be more of an up to 4, at least 4 security persons as needed. So then, just saying 1 doesn't seem to be enough. And I think the chief might be able to, whether or not he can dictate to say, hey, you need more people, if he's getting more phone calls. Is it possible that he say, like, you need to get more security? I don't know, is that something, I don't know who could.
So you want to put a condition on any motion that they have 4 full-time, 24-hour security guards?
Up to 4 people.
Up to, or?
I would say up to 4, and then I would refer to what the chief,
Yeah,
if
but
he's.
he can't, he's not operating the facility, though.
Well, but he's in communication with the,
Yeah, Chief, I mean, do you want to?
you're gonna be in communication of what's happening.
The idea behind the open dialogue, and to specifically have security as one of the issues that we talk about, was to make amendments as we see fit as it goes. I don't know what I don't know. So, to be able to have the applicants say, yes, they'll meet us at the table, and they'll take action on the concerns that we have, I think is good for us at the end of the day. I would be hesitant to put a number on that, because I just can't say, Jackie, what that would look like.
Well, but if we don't have something slated or estimated now, maybe you only need 1, but at least you have the leeway to say, okay, we need more, without having to come back and say, we have a problem here.
So maybe if I could ask counsel, so if we make a condition that they're responsible for entering a dialogue and working with us towards security to make sure it's proper, and we make reasonable suggestions and they refuse them, what's the issue?
So I've worked on conditions in other contexts where there's a requirement that there be a security plan, that the security plan be developed in consultation with the police chief or his designee, and that if the parties cannot agree on the security plan, that it would have to come back to the board for the board to review it. I don't imagine the applicant would have a problem with that. That you have to develop a security plan in consultation with the police chief that will involve 24-hour security, the specifics of which will be agreed upon, and if you and the chief can't agree upon what's reasonable under the circumstances, then either you or he can bring it back to the board to discuss how to best resolve it.
I think the chief and the applicant are on the same page, so I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, but will he be able to make changes later?
Well,
I mean,
so we're not saying one, full-time security. I know you are. So what we're saying is there will be full-time security. We're not going to say one, we're not going to say 5. It's going to be developed in consultation with the chief. If the chief feels that he needs increased staffing, and they can't reach agreement, which I think is unlikely, frankly, then it could come back to the board, and the board can
Do what?
the board can make the call. If the applicant doesn't like that call, then it can appeal.
But they're already operating.
Right.
They're already operating, and they've got one security guard, and it comes
Well,
to,
there's going to be a security plan developed first.
before they open.
Before opening. Then there's going to be periodic consultation. If there are documented problems, the applicant's going to have the incentive to work with the chief to be responsive to the chief's requests. If the applicant is not responsive to the chief's requests, then it would have to come back to the board. If they're not responsive to the board, that can be enforced as part of the special permit conditions. And if the board imposes a condition that they don't like, they would have to appeal it. But until and unless they successfully appeal it, and the basis would be that it's not reasonable, until they convince a court it's not reasonable, they'd have to comply with it if they wanted to operate.
So this is all before they okay.
So if the chief, for instance, said, look, we've had multiple calls for service during the night shift, when your nursing staffing is lower, and you only have one full-time security person, we want you to add a second security person during that shift. I'm speculating. I mean, it could be anything. And they say no. They would have to come back to the board, and the board would make the call. That's how the condition could be worked.
Yeah, but they're already going to be operating. They'll be operating
That's
with...
right.
with-
And until and unless they successfully appeal what the board tells them they have to do, then they would have to comply with what the board has to do, what the board says they have to do. There would be some delay between when they reach an impasse with the chief and get in front of the board. But you wouldn't have to do the whole public hearing and advertisement thing, so you could get in front of the board probably in the next meeting.
But if you had
That's unlikely to
some-
happen because they're not going to want to pick that fight over adding an extra security guard over the night shift or whatever it is. If it's a big issue, then yeah, and it's probably something you do want to have come back before the board. And this is all on the assumption that they can't reach agreement with the police chief about what's reasonable and necessary.
I think one is is not enough, but...
We don't know of another facility that has a full-time security. We offered it because you wanted it, but Mr. Mayor says that's not the practice in the industry.
Okay.
Anyone else? No one else wants to speak to the actual application? Is there a motion anyone wants to propose? Yeah, I mean, the chair doesn't make the motion, so, I mean,
All right. I'll make a motion.
thank you.
There you go. I'll make a motion to approve case 7-18, Bettering LLC, to acquire special permit in accordance with 3.4.6, 6.1.3 and 6.1.4 to construct a 48-bed rehabilitation facility over the site of the raised building with all the conditions we've been talking about for the last 60 days. I don't know where to go from here, how to get this into the record, because
Why don't you first incorporate the conditions set forth by the chief?
Yeah.
Okay, so,
You have those enumerated, Tony, right?
We
Can you
have
read?
his whole thing here, so.
Right.
so to include the petitions or the conditions presented by the chief of police this evening,
Conditions presented.
it's also conditions by the planning board. right?
Yeah, at some point, the motion is going to have to be crafted with council, and the decision, whichever decision it is made, is going to have to be crafted with council. But for purposes of the motion, then just add in whatever you had a concern with that they agreed to do. Jackie, if you had a condition, you can amend the motion to include your condition. But I would suggest that the first conditions be those made by the chief, because they were agreed to by the applicant. Then you put in your conditions as part of your motion. Then Jackie, if you have one, you can move to amend his motion with your condition, and then set it before the board.
So, conditioned to be approval shall be conditioned for use to operate a 48-bed acute treatment facility, which 12 beds will be used for CCS and 36 beds for CCS, as described in the summary titled Overview Mayflower Recovery. The permit will be conditioned to the applicant and the administrator, or what's the right term?
Executive director.
Executive director of the facility. Permit will be conditioned to require a renewal after 5 years, upon which security and state-run, state-governed, how was I'm looking for? So it's,
The state stuff.
the state stuff is not included. It's just limited review of conditions. And then we can work out the specifics of what everybody will agree to.
Review.
The applicant shall maintain a 24-hour trained security, as they said that would be trained at the last meeting, on site. Applicant shall maintain a contract for ambulance service with a private company. Any change in either services will be provided, documentation will be provided to the police and fire department. Applicant will engage with a landscape architect to review the landscaping, trees to the rear of the building. Provide the board with a review or study that shows the 1, 3, and 10-year projections for the trees to maximize screening of the building.
Projected. What is it, would you say,
1, 3, and 10-year projections for the
3 and
trees.
10. Okay.
The applicant will provide the ZBA with a new design for the exterior of the building, which breaks up the monolithic commercial nature of the building facades and is more sympathetic to the residential setting. And the applicant is placed on notice that any future changes in use will require strict adherence to the parking regulations, zoning, and planning regulations of the town. And so those were my conditions. There are other things that I presented. There are other things that have come up throughout the course of this meeting. The 10% being a scholarship, none of that is documented anywhere. So I
So
feel
why
like,
don't we just
I feel like, I mean,
Add-
I've just taken
add
some
them in
notes.
while you're on a roll.
Sure. 10% of the revenue will be contributed toward a scholarship treatment, toward a scholarship to be used towards treatment at the facility
For indigent persons.
for indigent persons. And then I guess I just want to note that this should be included as part of the.
Sure, what I would suggest is that you make as a condition that the applicant run the facility as outlined in their overview, Mayflower Recovery application for special permit, and you can make reference to that.
Run facility as
referenced.
As set forth in,
as set forth.
Yep. Council, did you date that? Is that dated?
There's no date on it.
All right, it's just, if you reference to what it's titled, I think that'll be, that's fine. We just have to readily identify it for the motion, that's all.
That's it.
Okay, anything, and then obviously the chief's conditions.
That's what I put
They
first.
were put
Maybe
first.
put
Okay.
that first.
It's your call. Did you want to add in a condition about the landscape budget that they offered?
Oh,
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
So
You know what I would suggest, rather than moving to amend his, if you're agreeable with the condition, maybe you can include it as part of your
Can
motion.
I, do you mind if I, well,
Or did you have a few things?
no, just like a really, two. So, I strongly want to make sure that, the condition of the commitment between the, between the organization and the chief, if more security is needed, then it will be added.
So are you
Or-
modifying the motion?
Well,
I'm adding to it.
well, I'm gonna put the motion the way I don't.
Okay.
I don't want to adjust the security.
Okay, okay,
I don't
he's
need
made
to-
a
Oh, okay,
motion.
okay.
He's made a motion, and then, so the motion can go before the board. If you want to,
I'll add the landscape stuff in, the other stuff that I missed, that we
Okay.
talked about, but I don't want to, I'm not going to amend the security in my motion. I'm comfortable with the chief sitting down and working it out.
okay. So
Well,
he's got,
yeah.
so he's got a motion before the board. If you want to move to amend it, then you can, but it has to pass the board to amend his motion. That's the way it works.
So with this, so I guess
Hold on, did you make the motion?
Yeah.
Okay, do we have a second on it?
well, wait a minute, do you want to add add the security, add the landscaping portion of it, because if,
Okay, and the applicant will allocate the sum of $2,000.
I thought the motion was completed.
It hasn't been seconded yet.
Okay, well, you said you were done. Are you done or are you not done?
Well, he agreed
Because
to,
I'm
he
prepared.
All right, folks,
agreed to something, I want to
Listen,
make sure.
here's the way it's gonna work. You make the motion, okay? Add in everything you want. If you want to incorporate something that Jackie did into your motion, and you want to set that before the board, that's fine. If there's something that she has that you don't agree with, then she has the right to
Talking
move to
about
amend
their
it.
offer to give $2,000.
Then put it in your motion.
Okay. And I'd like to include that the applicant will allocate the sum of $2,000 per resident and $1,000 to the indirect abutter for landscaping on the abutting neighbor's property. That's the end of my motion.
So you have a motion before the board. Is the motion seconded?
If I second it, can I amend it?
You can
No,
move to
if
amend.
she could, right?
She could move to amend.
You can move to amend right now if you want to amend his
No,
motion.
she would second it, then move to amend.
Yep.
I'll second it.
And then move to amend his
Then
motion.
I would like to amend it with the portion of repositioning it. Can we reposition where the building is? Or is that if we?
No. They're requesting action on their application as presented.
I know, but we were talking about, like, it could actually be slid down if we gave them enough.
I think that's out of order.
I mean, you could have a condition. You could have a condition that requires them to prepare a plan showing the building moved further away from the residential abutters and eliminating the cul-de-sac, and to seek planning board approval as well as approval by this board as a reasonable accommodation. And if they get those two approvals, then the condition would state that they have to proceed with that plan. If they don't get either of those two approvals, then it would be based upon the current plan.
Okay, so I would like to amend it as you stated. What you said.
Amend it how you stated, Jackie.
Well, okay, so.
She could say so moved, and
So
I can write
moved.
it up.
That's fine.
All right, so moved. We'll go with that.
Repositioning
So that needs a second.
Is there a second on Jackie's amendment to Tony's motion?
I'll second.
So you're seconding the amendment to your motion?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor?
Amendment?
On her amendment, on her
Ask him a
amendment.
question,
We're voting
Dan.
on her amendment. We're voting on her amendment, not on the whole thing, just on her amendment.
You're not gonna do discussion, huh? You're gonna allow discussion, or,
I will allow discussion on it, sure.
so, so my view on this particular applicant is that, you know, we've gone through this for a lot of months, and so I'm not gonna dwell on it. And so I think they've done everything they probably should have done within the confines of the law governing, you know, reasonable accommodation and all of that. And I do see that, and they did a lot of hard work. As I said earlier in the meeting, I have a problem with that particular area, with a building that size, 2 stories, with a pitch like that, stuck in the middle of an area where it does not meet, in my opinion, the standards and the harmony of that neighborhood. So I've requested that they reduce the size to 1 story, and they've said they wouldn't do that, and so I'm all done discussing it.
Okay. So now we're voting on Jackie's amendment to Tony's
Was
motion.
there any more discussion?
So, just to be clear, what the board is currently discussing and about to vote on is Jackie's amendment to, just to be clear, what's currently before the board is not approval of the project, but voting on a motion to amend made to require the applicant essentially to pursue moving the building further away and pursuing the approvals necessary to do that. So the vote that's about to happen is just whether or not to add that new condition.
To Tony's motion.
That new condition will either be added or not based on the outcome of this motion, and then the board will either have further deliberation or vote on the underlying motion to approve. So I just want people to understand what is currently before the board.
Does anybody have any further discussion on the amendment to the motion? Okay. All those in favor signify by voting aye. 3. All those voting no. No, so the amendment fails.
No, it passes.
Passes because it's a majority. Okay, so now we're going to vote on your motion as amended by Jackie. Okay? Any discussion on that? This is on the approval. This is on the whole enchilada. The motion, as Tony has outlined it, with the conditions as resuscitated to Tony Larrabee, as amended by Jackie. Does everybody understand what we're voting on? Right, this is it. Okay. Yep.
I just want to ask a question. So part of the motion that you had was stipulating that they were going to redesign the outside. Yeah, okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
So everybody's clear as to what they're doing, okay?
Mr. Chair, just
Sure.
really quickly, if the motion were to fail, a decision will need to be drafted that includes reasons for denial. So if a board member were planning to vote no, I would encourage them to state the reasons so that they could be included in the decision.
Very important.
Alternatively, if a board member were planning to vote in favor, also the decision will need to include reasons. There's been a lot of discussion during the public hearing generally, but it's always a good idea for board members to state the reasons that they decide to vote one way or another, because the successful side, if you will, is going to need to state reasons in favor of however the decision comes out,
so
that a reviewing court will be looking at.
So whoever votes with the prevailing side should be prepared to articulate their reasons for voting one way or the other.
That's right.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, could you make sure that the audience understands the supermajority requirement? Because not all people are familiar with
Yeah, I mean, this could only withstand, the vote needs to be 4 out of 5 members, period. So 1 member can't sway it, 2 members can. So if it's a 3-2, motion fails. 4-1, motion passes. That's the way it is. Okay, is everybody clear? All right? All those in favor of Mr. Barletta's motion as amended by Ms. Santini signify by voting aye. There's 3. Those voting no. There's 2.
So I need to explain?
Well, yeah, well, let me announce the vote is that the application is denied. Okay, get it on. All right, enough. All right, not. Hey, Mr. McCoy, you got your FaceTime, Mike, so we need to get this legally completed. Okay, so what are can you articulate the reasons?
Yes, I can, and I've articulated again. So I believe that my denial of this application has nothing to do with the actual detox internal to the, my denial of the application has nothing at all to do with the actual detox facility. It has to do with the building itself. As I said earlier and subsequently said again, I believe that a 2-story facility with a pitched roof like that is non-conforming to the area and aesthetically would not look right. And that's the latitude that the Board of Appeals has, and that's the latitude I have. So if this were to go into appeal, I want the minutes to be very clear about why I said no to this applicant. So we talked months and weeks and hours about detox and whether it's good or bad. My denial is strictly on the size of this building, and I've requested that it be reduced to 1 story, and it was categorically denied that they wouldn't even do that. In fact, I sincerely believe that they had no intentions of doing that because they don't want to do it, not that they can't. So that's my position on my negative vote.
Ray, do you care to articulate why you voted no?
I mean, basically, Tom summed it up. I mean, the building is, as far as I'm concerned, for that lot, it's overpowering. I think the height's overpowering to the aspect of the neighborhood and the neighbors. I believe also that, you know, I did a lot of specs as far as information that was given to us, and again, when we get with town council, I'll go over, you know, things that I've really underlined and made my decision on. But mainly, it's the size of that building, being 2 floors, the length of that building, the building that came down was not a 24-hour operation there, in fairness to the neighbors. That building that was previous torn down was approximately probably half the size. So there was no, should I say, intrusion on the neighborhood as far as 24-hour operations, traffic, security, all these issues came about. And I think there's a lot of questions that haven't been answered really full. I seen answers tonight that previous meetings, I'm a little surprised at, that came out. And so in due fairness, I just think the site for this kind of building is just overpowering.
Okay. To the applicant, what's your pleasure at this point?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know how long it will take to write this up. Nothing will happen until you do. When you do, we will file our appeal. It would be, I think, most convenient for everybody if I had some advance notice of when we were going to file it with the town clerk, so that we could have the hearing on the request for reasonable accommodation in the 20-day appeal period. That way I don't need to drag you to 2 different courts.
So you would request that the hearing on the reasonable accommodation take place within the next 20 days?
No.
Or 20 days from the issuance of the decision?
20 days from the filing of it with the town clerk.
I don't want to put you on the spot. I'm just trying to give the applicant a little heads up as to
Well,
and the
guess
board too.
The question would be, I'm presuming that the 2 board members who voted no would want to see a draft decision. So, I mean, based on what I have, I could prepare something within a week. But
I would like to see it.
So I'm assuming that the board will likely want to review the draft decision at its next meeting, which I believe is the 13th of February.
Correct.
So assuming it approves the draft decision at that time, it could be filed the next day, which would trigger the 20 days.
Does that comport with your schedule, counsel?
Yes, I would appreciate it if the board would hold a Wednesday. We're going to file it on Valentine's Day. The 20th, I know you like Wednesday, the 27th
of
February, or the 6th of March. Although I do have another meeting the 6th of March in Charlton. So the 20th or the 27th, if you would like Wednesdays, would be fine with me. I'll hold both of those nights and come and deliver my request for a reasonable accommodation. And if the board makes its decision that night, then I'll know where I stand.
I'm available both of the council. Are you going to be here?
I can be available either the 20th or the 27th.
Do you have a preference?
Oh, actually,
Why don't you take a look?
the 27th would be better.
Yeah, I have a trial on the next day on the 20th. All right, 27th would be good.
Is that, are you having a meeting on the 27th?
That would be, yes.
Because I'm not here, so.
Yes,
Is
we're going to have
everyone on the
them.
board available?
Yep.
27th of February?
Correct.
This is on top of our February 13th.
Correct. So we're going to have a double play in February.
So it'll be the 13th and the 27th.
Correct.
Look over this tomorrow, something's getting late. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, everything's public.
So-
But
It's
let me,
it's
but
an
hold on,
open
yeah, but let me be clear on this. Everybody can attend, but it's an open meeting, but there's no public hearing. So you can attend it but yeah, everything's open, you just. Yeah, the petition was denied, the application was denied, okay? The applicant is going to appeal it to the court. However, he's also brought a request for a reasonable accommodation under federal law, and what he's trying to do is address that so he wouldn't have to run with the appeals court and also do that. He's trying to do it all kind of in the same time period rather than going to court and then coming back and having the reasonable accommodation and going back. He's trying to take care of it in a more cogent and efficient manner. So what we're gonna do is we have a meeting, our regularly scheduled meeting on the 13th. This issue is not before us, except for the fact we're going to go over the decision, the way that it's worded and approve it. But nothing's gonna change, it's been denied. But then on the 27th, we're gonna have a hearing on the applicant's request for a reasonable accommodation under the federal law.
That assumes that you have filed it after your meeting on the 13th.
Correct, yep.
What does that mean?
Is that to bypass this vote?
No, the application has been denied. The applicant is now seeking that we grant the reasonable accommodation under the federal law, which has nothing really to do with this vote at all. It's a different animal. And you know, I'll leave it up to council to educate the board, but I believe that may be a majority, but. Yeah, I mean.
So I imagine there's going to be a lot more discussion about this on the 27th, but real quick, because I know everyone's been here a long time. Under the Federal Fair Housing Act and the Americans with Disabilities Act, an applicant is allowed to seek what's called a reasonable accommodation, which is essentially a waiver of local law for a use that's protected under the ADA or the FHA. That is what Mr. Bobrowski previously did in the letter that I think some of you referenced. So the board is going to review that and determine what, if anything, to do with that request. That's what's going to happen on the 27th.
Right. It's federal law. It's federal law.
Just move it and you won't have a problem.
Tell Leon to go back to Florida.
Just out of curiosity, clarification. Everybody's talking. If they come back on the 27th, it is.
I gotta make that one.
I need it. You have a card?
Go blame President Bush, but you're not gonna find him, he's dead now. Go blame President Bush, but he's dead. No, the first.
They're not, if it's federal law, they're not gonna make a decision, they're gonna have to spend this money or decide. They're gonna say, we're not gonna make that decision.
Just so you know, they can overturn it on the 27th. I asked them under the disability. They feel like.
Would you rather send them to the federal?
Yeah, we're gonna make some arrangements. We're gonna take you out to the Emerald Rose. So go back to the Emerald Rose, you have a couple of whiskeys. Hey, I appreciate it. We're gonna find out.
Thank you very much, board. Thank you.
Hi. Hi.
Yeah, we still have one hearing left, but if you had I believe so. I mean, I'm gonna get counsel to flesh that out, but I believe it's just straight. I don't understand reasonable companies. I don't understand. It wasn't even on the table. Well, we're gonna talk about it. So the board has to deal with it one way or another. No, but I want to understand whether this is going to be. Well, I won't get to the next one. Here's what I'm going to suggest. Here's what I'm going to suggest, Tom. Talk to Tom. You can counsel his making himself. But you can talk to Tom. This is they're doing this on I suggest we counsel is very. He
has a case. Oh, right now? I don't think I got a letter.
All I'm saying is I don't want to
Probably continue.
What's going on? Good, how you doing? Still recording? Jeffrey. Check with my boss.
Other boards have been accused of open meeting law violations. Now, I don't want this board to be accused of an open meeting law violation because it's discussing something.
Everything we do is gonna be in the open. The 13th, the 27th, you can come and see exactly what's going on.
And I'd say let's have that discussion on the 27th when everyone's in the room and this board can give you having a discussion.
Okay, let's. Yeah, you know, he's town council, sir. I mean, you're perfectly able to come to any open meeting. I'm a little reluctant to have town council give you
I'm not
legal
allowed
advice.
to do that, but
Okay, I appreciate it. Okay, next case. What do you got?
Cases for Paul Nealon, but he's not here, and none of his staff is.
Maron.
Motion to adjourn.
I mean, did he say he was gonna continue it?
I didn't hear any, he didn't say anything.
He's got another
Yeah,
case.
some cases.
Two cases.
He's got another case. on
Two.
ballot.
Yeah, but you know
Two.
what I don't
Well, they're
understand?
the same
We
property.
already approved them. We already approved them under a different developer. He must have sold the property.
Yeah, that's fine though, but I mean, he needs, Jesus. Hey, you know what, we're gonna continue, if the applicant's not here, I'm going to entertain a motion to continue this till the next hearing on the 13th. It's groundwater protection and special permit for retail.
2 special permits.
okay.
Yeah, so I'm gonna entertain, seeing that for the record, seeing that the applicant is not in the room, and seeing that I don't eyeball him in the hall, and seeing that it's very late, I am going to entertain a motion to continue cases 119 and 219.
So moved.
Map R2 parcel 70 for both, to our meeting on
So that's the
February
the
13th.
motion?
So moved.
I second the motion.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, we can agree on that. Okay, and now,
Continued to February.
any administrative things you need to deal with? I saw there were some minutes.
Can I just ask one, can I ask a question about, I know we have to draft a decision for this, but in essence of just trying to collectively close this, we're still gonna draft the motion as part of the
That's
record.
gonna be part of the minutes. The minutes are going to
Right.
reflect.
We
the-
still have,
the
I
minutes
would
are-
like to draft the motion.
The minutes are going, if you can, here's what's gonna happen. Tony or Kelly are gonna draft the minutes of this meeting, which will include verbatim your motion. They're going to circulate the minutes to the members. If you want to correct your motion as stated in the minutes, you're free to do so. I think that's the way that's gonna happen.
Put as much as I can into it, and
That
then you can.
Most of that is
is
there.
there,
We adjusted a
and
little
chief
bit of it
stuff, yeah.
along the way.
Tony, please make sure that you articulate my position of why I voted against this.
Yeah,
That is
you
so,
have-
that is
it has
so
to be-
important.
But it has to be
to where
because
this
it's a
is going.
denial. You have to give
Yeah,
a
work
reason.
with work with council, that's gonna be set forth in the denial. You can put in the minutes whatever you want to amend the minutes to, but the actual decision is going to be drafted with
What I'm afraid
consultation
of
with
is
council.
if the minutes are not clear.
You're gonna see them.
No, I agree. I think it would be nice to have, just like you just suggested, is let's get together and.
To draft the minutes?
Well, not to draft that section, because.
Tom, what I do, I've done it before. You can go on WCTV and play this back. I've done it.
Well, I'm not doing the minutes, so she would have.
Yeah, but if you need to double check what you said,
No, I
to
know.
proofread it,
Yeah.
I've gone on WCTV many times and played back meetings to,
You
if stuff
guys
I
have all
missed.
been good when I do my minutes, I do these quick things, only
this
because
one-
I want you to send me back how you want me to say it.
This one really has to be articulated in a
I know
way,
it does.
because those minutes are gonna be part of an appeal process. Those minutes are gonna be read
Yeah,
by
but-
somebody, and it's so important that the issue that we're coming up with is explained better. So, I just wanna make sure that what we said is articulated on those minutes, and that's all I'm saying.
Okay. All right, do we have any minutes?
Yes, I have 2 minutes, one from November
Yep.
14th, which you all got, and the minutes from December 12th.
Which were massaged by
Copious.
everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, so, is there a motion to approve the
No,
minutes of?
he doesn't sign them.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes of November 2018?
So
I
moved.
make a motion to approve the meetings. minutes
Motion,
of November.
seconded, all those in
Second.
favor, aye.
Aye.
Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of December 2018?
So moved.
Motion?
Make a motion to approve the minutes of December.
Second?
Second.
Seconded by Ray, all
seconded.
those in favor,
Aye.
unanimous.
Okay.
Okay,
Who did the first one?
I did them both.
Made the motion, and then it was seconded by you? Oh, by Ray?
I think you said Ray. We both
And then the
said-
same thing, he made the motion for the second one, and Ray seconded? Okay.
No, you seconded the first one. I could do
That's what I thought.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah,
and Ray
okay.
seconded the second.
And that's Jack.
Huh?
And this one was seconded by
What are you talking about?
Ray.
What do you mean? Everybody who can read can figure that out. Okay.
So that was that.
Try to put it in the best form possible.
Okay, so the administrative housekeeping is done,
Yes.
and this is your final meeting?
This is it.
Congratulations.
This was my swan song.
And we're gonna, why don't we think about a time that we can all take Tony out and get a nice dinner and some drinks at the Emerald Rose? That's what we did with Charlie. I think that's wholly
When's that
appropriate
last
here.
vote, the 27th?
Why don't we think about a time that we can take her out on the town of Billerica?
When are you free?
What works for you, Tony? What day of the week?
Any day of the week, except for Mondays usually.
When's your last day?
My last day is February 1st, which I'll have you know is my birthday.
Oh, we get
Really?
double.
I didn't know that.
I'm leaving on my birthday.
Is that intentional?
Yes. Yeah.
You want,
Plus, I get all my vacation time for this year and everything by just waiting for the first of the year.
you want to do something on the 7th or the 8th of February, Thursday or Friday? What work, is that, either one of those work? After you're finally free of shed your Wilmington mortal coil?
For your real tour of going wherever you want.
I'm going in the wrong place. Yeah, calendar. Where's my calendar? I keep losing my calendar. Trust me. I don't know why I lose
Thursday or
it.
Friday?
Well, Thursday would be better.
Thursday,
Usually Thursdays.
Thursday, February 7th.
Got it.
And there shall be no talk of this detox at that meeting.
Thursday.
On the record.
February 27th.
I second.
No,
February 7th.
7.
February 07.
What,
So I'll be retired.
what time works for everybody?
Whatever.
You want to do a dinner?
Yeah, we'll go to the Emerald Rose like we did with Charlie. That was nice.
Yeah, we need to do dinner.
You come up with something. I'm up.
So what do you like to eat?
I like just about anything. That's
If you
why.
had your last dinner, what would it be?
Oh, I don't know.
Steak.
No, Dad, I'm not.
Chicken?
The dining options are
Luna
not so
Rosa?
hard.
No, I think.
Where do you live? What don't
They
say?
can take you to Strega.
Oh, now there you go.
Capital Grill.
What would you like?
Well, the Emerald Roads is fine. It's close for all of us. Yeah. No, because what
What do
it
you got, a
is
thing against Irish people?
I do.
they're taking me out my last day. You guys are taking me out.
Emerald Rose in Billerica.
Right on 3A.
And it's close. Yeah, it's
And
nice.
go to the end of 62, yeah.
You know, and last time we didn't really eat. We just appetizers and stuff.
And what time do you want to make it?
You come in? Come on.
Whatever's good. I know
Come on. I want you to
everybody
have
will be
Look,
working.
I've been known, I think you've been known to take a drink under social pressure.
I guess.
I work here, my commute's 2 seconds.
6 o'clock?
6 works for me.
6 o'clock, 6 p.m.
Thursday, February 7th, 6 p.m.
Yeah.
If I can only
6
find my
p.m.?
calendar.
6 p.m. Emerald Rose. Be there or be square.
6 p.m.
Depend, my wife works night shifts sometimes.
Who's the boss? Who's the boss?
My wife.
Yeah, smart.
Did we close this session?
That's why he's still married.
That's not a close
So
call.
the other meeting we made was for the 27th, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That's
Okay.
probably my 4-year-old.
There we go. It's February 7th at 6 p.m. Emerald Rose. And we'll go, we'll hoist one in
Are
your
we gonna-
memory.
Closing this?
Huh?
Closing?
Yeah,
Closing the meeting?
Adjourn.
Yeah,
Close
yeah,
the meeting?
motion to adjourn. I'm gonna,
Motion to adjourn?
all those in favor?
Second that one.
Second, all those in favor, aye.
You'll need a few drinks.
This isn't adjourning, this is.